Hello, y'all. How's it going? Oh, what's this, you ask? Don't mind me. I'm just doing a hot compress for my eyes because I'm doing LASIK in like 2 weeks here. No, I'm kidding. This is a bit. I didn't heat it up in the microwave like I'm supposed to do. That was actually room temperature. Y'all had no idea. Hello, everyone. How's it going? Seriously now. I can see and read what you are saying. I hope I timed that out right, and when it went to 0, the stream started. I really hope that was timed right. I don't know if you can tell, I can't see through this. This is a blindfold of beanbags. I would be surprised if anyone could see through this. This is like thick, man. Like, nothing's getting through this. How you doing? I'll just get rid of that. How are y'all doing? It is Friday. You get some good sunglasses. Yeah, that'd be a good idea. I haven't thought about that. Remind me tomorrow, sunglasses? Good idea, Rock Party. Thank you for the YouTube sub. Whoever just dropped the YouTube sub, I'm sorry, the YouTube chat is in the way of me seeing who just dropped that sub. How y'all doing? It is Friday, and it is time for viewer levels. That is correct. Viewer levels, where we play the levels where people submit them, and then, I play them. Nothing complicated about that. There's not really that much to, talk about up front. Did I get spaghetti? Why? Is there sauce on my face? Yes. I ate spaghetti like, an hour before the stream. I always like to have spaghetti on stream nights if I have spaghetti in store, because spaghetti is so filling and carb filled, you know. If I'm doing like a 5-hour stream, it's like spaghetti will get me through. If I'm doing a 10-hour stream, spaghetti will get me through, you know. Why? What's up with spaghetti? Oh, 6i. I will say, worth noting right here, right now, we'll talk about it later, I'm sure, but worth saying, next week's gonna be a bit weird. I've shown this schedule before, but basically next week will be birthday week, and also I'm taking Tuesday off since we just finished Star Fox Adventures on Tuesday, last Tuesday. So there'll be a Thursday stream, a Friday stream, and then there will be the birthday stream, which is Mario Galaxy 1+2 switching games every 5 lives. That stream will have some very fun sub-goals that will add additional games to the playthrough gimmick that's been going on for the last 6 months, 5-6 months with the rare games. Additional rare games will be added every 5 subs, basically, which is exciting and cool, and I can't wait to see, like, you know, if we're adding 1 game or 2 or however many, you know, whatever number of games we're adding to that, I'm excited to see it, and I think that'll be fun. You know, look forward to that big event stream next week, as well as some other fun streams. I don't got that much to say about that right now. We can just start trucking. We can just go. You know, I don't need to dilly-dally. I don't need to, like, go into detail about, like, oh, what do I mean? Five lives. I mean that I die 5 times in a world and I move to the other game. It's not complicated. I've done it before, and it's a feature I really like. Alan McBatchus, rating with a party of 9. Hell yeah! What the hell? Thank you for the raid. Hey. Let me. Hey. You came at just the perfect time. We are starting the stream just now. I just explained that. I guess I can explain a thing or two one more time. Here's a shout out, by the way. The on-screen shout out thing is broken now, but there's the other sort of shout out for you. Where you were previously doing Mario Maker 2. Excellent. That's what I'm doing. I just explained that next week is an odd week. I got a birthday stream next weekend, not this weekend, next week on next Saturday, a week from now, and that'll be a lot of fun. Tune in then. You can also tune in for Thursday and Friday, if you so please, but Saturday's gonna be an all-day stream, or at least from like 4 p.m. to like, you know, probably like 2 a.m. or something. It's gonna be a long one, folks. Get ready for that. That's coming up fast. Thank you for the level. Thank you for the level, everyone. A lot of levels in queue. I appreciate it. And how about we stop? How about we get to the point? Was that a short starting soon segment? Was that a long one? I don't know. You know, I look on YouTube, right? And you know, as far as like VODs and stuff goes, as far as YouTube videos go, it seems like it's a good practice to get to the point in the first couple minutes. Usually my preambles are more like 5 to 10 minutes. So maybe I should try to get through that faster. But then again, for those watching the YouTube VODs later, here's my advice: timestamps. You can always use the timestamps if I'm getting a little too chatty up top. Okay. Understand that for the Twitch, it kind of makes sense to slow it down a little bit. Let people get in and settle down and get their popcorn. Not that people have, you know what I mean. I'm just saying, like it's different, a different pressure to like things. The Varin. Bullet Heaven, 2 accidental deaths, not even good. Meaningful deaths, love it. That, out of context, doesn't make sense to me, but cool. Yo, hey, it is time now for viewer levels proper. We are starting with the actual stuff. Crap, I have just realized I don't have the Warp World open. Here we go, I got it. Excellent, okay. It's time for viewer levels proper. You were talking to Javon. Got it. Okay. It's time for viewer levels proper, folks. Ray-Ban sunglasses. I will keep that in mind. Remind me tomorrow. Ray-Ban? Question mark? Okay. Folks, for real, for serious, it is time for viewer levels properly. Let me explain how this works for those who are here for the first time. Let me explain what's going on. For context in chats, I'm getting LASIK in like 2 weeks, so that's why I'm getting sunglasses recommendations in chat. That is the context there. We'll talk about it later. Here's how it works. Each level that comes my way, I will have 12 minutes. 12 minutes plus 5 last tries. If the 12 minutes are enough. If the person is present in chat. If they are not, I will get 2 lives. We will do it in sudden death. Very nearly, but not quite sudden death. That's right, 5 last tries. Very nearly, but not quite sudden death, wherein I will have 2 tries to beat the level, refreshing at checkpoints. That is my way of compromising between playing more levels, which is fun, and prioritizing the people who are present. Okay? Of course that'll change when the lightning round comes, but that'll be a while from now. Let's say 7:45. Let's say 7:45. We'll think about that when it comes closer. Water is good. Yeah, I got you. I don't know what DVV means. Oh, you're talking to each other again. Okay. Gotta. I don't have the context here. I'm walking into my own chats like Donnie from Big Lebowski. There we go. Hello, let me help you out. Japanese viewer, here you go. Japanese, how to submit to you need to add the ad before the code. Add the ad before the code, and that'll get you in queue, and bing, bang, boom, there you go. I'm assuming pipers, right? Did Rock Party specify pipers? You're I know you, Rock Party. You want me to make some progress on pipers. We have been getting closer and closer. That said, I know I just said we were starting, but before I start the timer, let me do one quick thing. One quick card here, assuming I have that set up right now. Hang on 1 second. I'm honestly not sure where I put a certain command. No, I don't have access to that. Pipers, yes. Before we get going, I want to do a quick experiment here. Quick experiment time. So, yes, that's right, the beginning. I don't know if y'all ever have this experience. We're on YouTube, right? And, let me pull up the phone here. You're on YouTube, and it starts auto-playing some crap, and then you think, didn't I turn that off? And, you go to the thing and you turn it off. And I'll tell you, I've turned it off maybe like, 12 times in the last couple of days, and I would like to do a quick experiment and see, well, it also the setting applies on desktop as well. I would like to do a quick experiment and just see, like, if I disable it at the start of the stream, will it be disabled at the end of the stream? So let's go into settings, into general, and turn that off, and we will come back at the end of the stream and see if the setting is still in place. Now, I will say, I have seen cases where I refresh and the setting is gone, but I have also seen settings where that isn't the case, so times where that isn't the case, so, like, you know, maybe it's not that simple. So, and certainly right now it doesn't seem so, but let's come back in like 3 to 4 hours and see if it's still, you know, if the setting is still set. How about that? I set it to not show auto preview like maybe 4 hours ago. So, you know, I wasn't gonna do it if it didn't if it stayed off, but it didn't stay off, so we're fucking doing it. I know, you know, we'll see what happens. I don't know. Maybe we'll come back in 4 hours and it'll be like, oh, it's still set. I don't know what the trigger is for unsetting it, but not that simple. Oh, I had Gmail open. I'm glad it didn't go to that tab when I closed the other tab. Ha ha. Ha ha. Let's go. Let's do it. I'll start the timer in a second. Let me focus. And, you know, let's take this try, and then we'll start the timer after I die. A freebie for the small delay in some stupid petty bullshit that might turn out to be nothing, you know? Is that right? Okay, that is... Yo, check that out. First try. Was that first try? I think that was first try. Was there a try before we, First try to the checkpoint. How about that? Was there another try? Maybe there was another try. Was there another try before I did the crap? The thwomp did hit me. But like you know, that barely counted. I was trying to talk. Let's start the timer. 12 minutes. Let's go. Okay, from here on out, like, first try is not entirely likely, I'll say. As far as YouTube goes, I don't get ads in general, so I, don't need any help there. Even on the phone, I don't get ads, and I don't have, like, any sort of ad blocking on the phone. I don't understand it. Like, don't you usually have to pay for that? I don't know. I've had it as long as I could remember. I could do a card, but let's just play the game. Yeah, okay, I've set a bad first impression, doing really well out the gate. Let me say, this level has been submitted, like, countless times over the last couple of months. And we only just got to this area, like, We only just got to this area, like, a couple weeks ago. Hello, Lord Bowser, how's it going? Shout out to Lord Bowser. Lord Bowser played my Super World on his stream, like, last Sunday. That was fun. I'll say he struggled with a couple levels, and, I'll say something that might sound silly to those who are well accustomed, like, putting their levels in front of people and just, you know, me especially, and just, like, you know, enjoying what happens. I'm a little bit nervous every time I put my level in front of someone because, like, what if it doesn't go right? What if they struggle? What if it's, like, hell on earth for them? What if they get stuck? And, you know, whenever I do submit a level, I'm always kind of, like, trying to err to the, like, classic Valve playtesting tact of, like, well, most people who play your levels don't have you on hand to say, like, jump there. Just get the power up, please. You know, mostly you have to figure out, like, how to encourage them to do that without directly giving them ideas. But, you know, still, mostly, when as planned, did quite well, and it took him 5 hours. So that was a fun way to spend a Sunday, I guess, I don't know. It's funny, you know, I did a stream where I played through my entire Super World in, like, one session to get, like, a good par time of, like, what a speedrun of the Super World would look like. And I finished in around 2 hours, and just, like, for point of comparison, like, yeah, it takes someone who has probably seen a good amount of levels just, like, watching the stream 5 hours to get through, so, yeah. I've never heard the term crashed out before, Lord Bowser. That's a term you were throwing around a bunch. Well, World 8 is supposed to be harsh. Come on. World 8. Like, World 8 is very much like a Lost World in the vein of, like, a DKC2. Those levels are fucking brutal, man. That's just, I think that's par for the course. I mean, honestly, I think the clear rates are pretty good compared to, like, you know, if you actually got, like, Animal Antics in a room and just checked its clear rate, you'd probably find it's pretty goddamn low. Clobber Carnage is definitely one that also takes, like, a real, you know, you have to learn that course. You have to learn that level. Learn the patterns of the barrels and, like, you know, get it right. Exactly, you don't really have that much leeway with Clobber Carnage. But it's cool, it's good. You know, you got through. I think you had a good time, mostly. Some difficulties aside, which, you know, I'll say is stressful for me. I don't know how y'all just, like, enjoy it when, you know, I hope y'all enjoy it when I get stuck on a level. I try to stay positive, though. That'd be a tip. Stay positive, relax, and just, like, don't get, like, legitimately angry, you know? Don't work yourself into a shoot. You know, don't get shoot hot. To use terms that no one here other than, Rock Party understands. You know, playful is the goal. Playful anger, frustration. If you're frustrated, you know, y'all have never seen me, like, very rarely have I been, like, actually angry at a level, like, actually legitimately, like, frustrated, you know. Like, I was getting a little hot on the matter of, like, my setting, not setting, that thing I just did up top, like, this week, just, like, staring at it and going, like, why the fuck can you not save a setting? And I was just, like, shouting a little bit for fun, and then just, like, thinking, like, I have never shouted that way on stream. No one has. It is, people don't get that angry on the internet, you know. I feel like most depictions of anger are a little bit soft compared to, like, true, actual rage, frustration, you know. Like, you gotta, like, actually be breaking down a little bit, just like, ah! You know, you gotta be, like, a little bit little bit at your wit's end to really channel that, and, you know, I sometimes think about that. There's a lot of things I sometimes think about, some of which I will talk about as the stream goes on. What themes were Worlds 4 and 5? Oh, 4 is Pirate Peak, and 5 is, Coastal Cup. Those are excellent worlds, yeah. 6 gets weird with the underground theme, and then 7 is a big climactic space thing that gets a little more difficult, but I think in a good way. 6 takes all the weird swings that, I'll tell you, like, World 6 is very much the world where it's like, okay, I have to get in certain weird concepts that I didn't find space for elsewhere. This world is going to be a world of all the weirdest things, you know, like, okay, a Super Mario Maker 2, a Super Mario Brothers 2 level, a Rising Falling Tide level, a Ghost House, and yeah, let's go ahead and do an auto-scroller, minecart-style auto-scroller, with upside down and other evil crap. That level is intentionally as evil as you get. I thought it was very funny to make that level as evil as humanly possible. You know, and in so doing, it makes what's very basic platforming actually kind of difficult because you're upside down. You know, if you really look at it, it's very simple. Just like, yeah, jump over this guy. Here's the hard part. It's very simple platforming if you look at it, right? Like, just jump over a guy, jump over a spiny. Don't jump onto the spiny. Except that sometimes it's like, yeah, do it off screen, dipshit. Do it off screen. We're just gonna make you do it off screen where you can't see Mario. Good fucking luck. It's funny to me. I like how there's too many beetles. It's really not that hard if you think about it and come up with a strategy. If you just like do 2 and just land in place, you can kick a beetle, you know? And then with the beetle kicked, you can clear them all out. It's pretty straightforward, actually. Know where you are and know what you do, and jumping over 20 beetles should not be a problem, you know? It's only hard because of the evil twist of being off-screen at the time, which, you know, is a thing. Maybe we'll do those two as the whatchamacallit, the last call levels. 4, Unmoored Minds 4, 06i, that was the one he was having trouble with. The illusions on those worlds were amazing. Yeah, some really good theming there with, like, the palm trees in Coastal Cup, for instance. Palm Tree Pre is, like, an all-timer, I feel like. And, like, Snorkel Speedway is, like, maybe one of the best water levels I've ever built, you know, what the fuck. I mean, there's not that many, really, when you get right down to it, right? Anywho, I'll say we have a good number of cards tonight with things on it to talk about. I will pull them, and then we'll talk about whatever the fuck they say on it. You know how this works. I am not really repeating much from the Tuesday stream, so I don't plan on talking about a number of things that were relatively recent, but not, you know, more of last weekend than this week. But, there's a bit to talk about. Every week, I feel like, around Wednesday, I'm looking at, like, the docket and going, like, okay, am I just gonna talk about, like, Legend of, The Last Avatar for 20 minutes or something? Because that's, like, all I've been doing this week. And then I sit down and I figure out, like, okay, here's a half dozen more things I can talk about, and a half dozen other more things I can talk about, and before you know it, I have a full docket. By the way, yeah, that's one of the things I've been doing this week. I've been watching a bunch of Avatar, not to spoil it, but I actually finished Avatar and started Korra as well. That's a fun way to spend time. Super Mario Bros. 3 makes better desert theme than others. Yeah, I agree. The palm trees are choice. Not sure what else you would use for beach, honestly. But it doesn't really matter because, like, I only need one to be a true beach, and the rest could be just, like, volcano and, underwater, generally, and, you know, that sort of thing. Tropical themes give you a lot of options other than beach, you know? You don't have to be beach all the way. Super Mario World has the best palm trees, I'd say. Oh, that's... I don't think I really considered it, you know. The brown doesn't really look right for beach now, does it? And that timer, get up 5 tries, let's go. We have 5 tries left. This first level has gone fast. Maybe they all go fast, really. Maybe every level just seems to fly as we're just talking about crap and, you know, getting a little self-indulgent, talking about things that, new viewers perhaps have no context for. Don't mind. I hope y'all, new viewers are as far as we've gotten. 3D World has, no trees. Does it not? Not even the background far, far away? I know that it's like regular-ass tree is not a... is just a regular-ass tree, even in the desert theme, I'm pretty sure. I see. We're getting pretty far. We're getting better at the stage, I'll say. I don't know how you're supposed to do that last part! By the time when we get there, there's just like no time. What? Do you have to like jump up to the platform in the jump that we first get over there? Ah! We'll take a... Is it too late to take a video and review? Probably yes, it's too late. You know what's something I am noticing? It is too late to take a video, but I do notice that there's nothing... There's no one... The last one that you jump over is, like, a little before... Maybe I can jump a little earlier. Maybe I can just stay on the ground a little bit longer. And then... book. I don't know. I don't know that we'll get the chance. We did not get the chance. Not to, give it away, but yeah. Thank you for the level. Rock Party. Ooh. Thank you for the level. Let me go ahead and hit dismiss and bring up the next one. I could use a drink. Killer is up. Killer just said F. Perfect. Killer is here. Excellent, excellent. '06 liked the level. Excellent. You didn't mind the evilness of it, 06i? Worked for you? How many tries did it take you, 06i? Probably not too many. We were playing the this level while you were, so you first tried it? See, yeah, it's a little, just the tiniest amount of patience makes it a lot more doable, I think. Tiny amount of patience makes it pretty doable. We'll do that as last call tonight. How about that? And that and the other one that was a struggle. If you have any, you know what? We'll Lord Bowser, if you're around, then I'll absolutely take like any request that you have, like as far as like, oh, you play this one, asshole. You know, that sort of thing, because like I will play it and I'll show you how it's done. I guess. I don't know. Up to you. I got these cards. Let's do a card. Hey, did you hear about the Chicago Pope? That's the hot new funny thing that people are joking about. That the Pope is from Chicago this time. Shame, you know, better luck next time. Better luck next year. Pizza Balla, I'll say to Pizza Balla. You know, we all had our hopes on Pizza Balla, but an American Pope from Chicago? That's very funny. There's in fact a Simpsons image that says, a Simpsons meme that says the Chicago Pope that can be recognized by his high tops and his incredibly foul mouth. So like, you know, it's something that people are having a lot of fun with. Simpsons kind of predicted it. And, 6'4"? 6'4" would be the water level, yeah? I could do... No, you're... Yeah, that's the one we were talking about. Yeah, 6'4", that's, Grave Gauntlets. I thought you meant 7'4" for a second, was confused. Maybe I shouldn't be. I will do that. Eventually. Main level? You want to see the main level, so this one then, killer. Just to confirm real fast before we begin. Yeah. I don't have that much to say about the Chicago Pope, for what it's worth. I'm not, like, Catholic? I don't think? Well, I'm not religious in any way. I think some of my family, like, extended family is Catholic in nature. But I don't know. I don't really know that much about the various organizations of various churches, you know what I mean? I just think it's funny that he's a fan of the Cubbies, you know? Like, Back to the Future man. That's a weird to pull. That guy wasn't a fan of the Cubbies. He just wished he betted on the Cubbies because of, you know, he needed to give the guy the idea of sports betting as a time travel profit scheme. But you know, it's fun. It's kind of a fun thing that happened. I don't have that much to say about it. You know, I saw one skeet that said, like, I don't think y'all care this much about the Pope, and it's actually true. I don't care that much about the Pope. I just think it's kind of funny. Also, like, there is a thought in my head as far as, like, you know, this guy seems... Well, it's worth noting he's crap on LGBT issues, but, like, what Catholic isn't? But he seems, in a lot of respects, a little bit woke insofar as, like, yeah, he does oppose, like, J.D. Vance and people of that nature, you know. Guy killed his former boss, so, you know, I understand. It's, like, personal, you know, with him and J.D. Vance. But, like, you know, I do wonder if, like, if there's any chance of a... I don't really... The Protestant Revolution, right? Or... what the fuck was that thing called? Where, like, King James or George or something? The somethingeth, I don't actually know my history very good. He was like, I want to get divorced. I'm going to split up my church from the Pope's church. I am really wondering if there's a chance of Donald Trump saying, like, well, I'm the Pope now, suck it. I'm the American Pope now. There is no other Pope but me that's recognized in the United States. That'd be very funny if he tried that, but, that's gotta be too stupid, even for him, right? I say that, they did just put a tariff on, international films, which is, I will note, and this is true, extremely stupid, considering we make 10 times more money than any other country on films, on entertainment. It's not even close. A factor of 10. I didn't do the math, so I really shouldn't say, but I feel like if you added up every other country, like literally added them up, the American film industry might have more box office than every other country put together. It's close. It's honestly too close to, like, really just look at it. You know, I don't know, and that's the thing. It shouldn't be that close. We are so far ahead, it's not even funny, and we're just going to put tariffs on that as if to, like, you know, risk it being completely fucked up. Doesn't make sense. The country is stupid. It's a stupid country, folks. You know this. You know this. Stupid world that we live in, and like, you know, I wouldn't bet against them suddenly just saying like, hey, there's a new pope, and the pope is Donald J. Trump. Or maybe J.D. Vance gets to be pope, you know? Hey, J.D. Vance, he doesn't really have a real job. He could be the pope. Why not? He met with the pope. Perhaps, you know, his powers were to pass on to... He was the last one to see the pope. Maybe that just makes sense. I don't know. I would not put any of that past our administration. And they've been joking about it, so, like, you know... That'd be the dumbest possible thing, but, like, they are the dumbest possible people, so... You know, what the fuck. Anywho... I don't care that much about the Pope. Doesn't really make a difference to me. In fairness. In fairness, you know, I should mind my own business, leave the, matters of church to the church, but, yeah, it's fun to just look at that and, god damn it! Doing pretty good on this boss, but it's difficult to seal the deal. Do y'all have any thoughts on Chicago Pope? Does it matter to you at all? It doesn't. It doesn't really. I'll say, like, as far as the Pope goes, no thoughts, head empty? Hell yeah. As far as the Pope goes, I'll say, like, a couple months ago, I was playing Simpsons Hit and Run, and, you know, the Pope was dying at the time, so, in Simpsons Hit and Run, when you take damage in your car, it starts to smoke, and it starts with a white smoke, and during that stream, I called it Pope Smoke every time that my car started to smoke white, which I thought was very funny. I wonder if I've missed an opportunity to clip clips of that, you know, now that Pope Smoke has came and gone. You know, there is now a new Pope. The Pope died, and we've gotten Pope Smoke, folks. For real, Pope Smoke. I don't know. Thank you for the level. That was fantastic. Really cool. I liked all the creative use of platforms there. Maybe I should have said that during the level. Every day. Smoke popes every day. That's a funny thing to say. Alan McBeth. McChooch. Thank you. Let me hit quit playing and then hit, shall I hit complete? Yes, I shall. I'm gonna hit end timer, and I'm gonna hit complete. 06I is up next, who just said GG. Is present, is good. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. I'm gonna rub my eye, and I really shouldn't. My eye's been kind of hurty for the last week. And I think the problem is no longer that it got dilated a week ago. I think the problem is that I rubbed it too much after getting dilated. I'm gonna need to not do that after I get LASIK. That could be pretty bad if I do. Hopefully all the drugs will help with that. How about another card while I'm typing in this code? That's right, it's time to talk about Avatar: The Last Airbender. I finished watching the Avatar: The Last Airbender, and I basically did season 3 in a night. I got to season 3 and was just like, yeah, let's just keep it running, keep it rolling, keep it going. Hang on, let me send something. Yep. God damn it. It included let me say something. Yes. Send. Okay. If you have, I trained probably not to scratch it. Yeah, I need to do so. Yeah, Avatar: The Last Airbender is amazing. Rewatched the whole series basically over the last week and change. I don't know if I was watching it last week during the last Friday stream, but I was watching it by the time of the Tuesday stream earlier this week, and I talked a bunch about, like, how far I've gotten, how enjoyable it was, and how, you know, in its early days, it's very much like, sort of like, struggles. I don't want to say it struggles, but it sort of like hews a little bit more towards kids martial arts show than like grand sweeping fantasy. And I think by the end, you know, once you get to the end and things are really kicking, things are really like picking up, things are really like going at full throttle, it's hard to stop, you know. And I, as a result, just like went through the entire season in one night whilst just, like, you know, playing some video games and things of that nature. And by the way, this is a super world where the super world is actually in the light courses and not the upload courses. This is something that we've been working on for a while now, so if I don't explain it, that's why. I explained it though, so, you know, this time I've explained it. I don't always explain it every time it comes up, but you know. It's fucking great, and that last season is extraordinary. I love seeing, like, the conclusion of, say, of, like, the arc of, you know, I feel like one that comes up a lot as far as, like, arcs go is Sokka, as far as, like, his arc, especially really early on. He kind of has his major arcs really early on, but I feel like the strongest arc in that show, in that series, is definitely Zuko. Zuko's spoilers? Zuko's arc. And I feel like there's a word that, you know, kind of gives away the game as far as, like, where that goes, but it's really extraordinary, and, like, one of those arcs that's just, like, best in fiction, you know, best in class, as far as, like, yeah, this sort of specific arc, it's hard to do better than Prince Zuko, and where like, his relationship with, you know, his uncle, with his father, with the Avatar, all that develops, you know. There's some real twists and turns. Yeah, it's good. It's a good level. Nicely themed. Yup. Crushers are doing cool crusher stuff. I like it. Crushers are opening the way forward. It's up to us to follow the way forward. Hey, Abilena. How you doing? So yeah, got to the last season, and just, like, plowed through it. Real amazing stuff. I will say, I also watched, like, a think piece about it, like, right before I started. You know, one of the reasons I did start rewatching is I watched a think piece about, like, how the ending makes sense and is pretty thematic and, you know, sort of... I watched, Big Joel's think piece about, like, the turtle thing. About the lion turtle and how it works for him and how it doesn't work for him, and criticisms and praise of it, and how it ultimately works in spite of its issues. And I found that essay really interesting, and now, you know, I went and watched it, and, like, I had a good time. What the fuck? Very good. Thank you. Thank you, 06i. I'm hitting complete. And we'll, go ahead. Hey, I'm Faustin. How you doing? Go ahead, hit complete, and, get up the next level. I hope I wasn't slow on the draw there. Nope. This should've been good. There's the next level. And Javon, go ahead and confirm. One thing that I'm thinking as I'm, like, watching, and this is more true towards the start than towards the end, Javon was saying that the last level looked amazing, so we're good on Javon. Excellent. That was not so long ago. Right here says Javon. Excellent. One thing I think about Avatar: The Last Airbender is that, in a lot of ways, it's not that different from, say, just your standard Saturday morning cartoon, anime-adjacent type show, right? Like, you know, I feel like Pokemon was kind of the model for a lot of these shows where, you know, Pokemon as a very adventure, like, procedural anime picked up big and gave everyone else the confidence to be like, okay, we're gonna tell these long-running stories over the course of, like, a season or so. You know, shows like Jackie Chan Adventures or, like, Shaolin Showdown. I don't think I ever really watched that much Shaolin Showdown, but I was definitely, like, still watching WB when it was, like, getting started. I sort of stopped watching WB around the time of, like, the Ruby Sapphire Pokemon show. There's not a lot of difference early on between, like, a Jackie Chan Adventures, which I will say I do love, and it's like week to week Monster of the Week malarkey, you know, some flashy martial arts that's fun and engaging, combined with some characters who you really like, you know, and some good wacky adventure hijinks, versus like something that has some substance to it, some depth, some like real, you know, character arcs, as it were. You know, like I'll say, like, Jackie Chan Adventures has like one of the best face turns, one of the nicest, coolest, most sudden, but like lifetime best decision like face turns in a show like that. Insofar as just like, yeah, a character who's formerly evil just joins up with the good guys, just like apropos of nothing, and it's great and it's cool, but like, it is just a moment also. It's not like he's like, oh, I'm really like struggling with like being evil, you know, I'm really like not sure what I want to do with my life. He's just like, no, fuck it, I'm out. Henchmaning isn't working out. Can I join you guys? Yeah, that's cool. We're down for that. Okay, cool, super. And, you gotta wonder on some level, like, maybe all the henchmen should do that. Can all the henchmen do that? But, like, you know, as cool as that bit is, it is just a bit, right? Whereas Avatar: The Last Airbender, you know, really takes it to the next level, you know, elevates it above that, and by the end, it's really become more of an epic, you know, more of a substantial, meaningful, endeavor. And I think that's, really cool. I need to deflect this. I think that's rad. Oh, I see what I need to do here. Easy. Easy. This level's great, by the way, let me be clear. Let me say, you know, don't let my, talking about a show everyone loves, get in the way of, you know, appreciating this level. It's a goddamn solid Link level. God damn it! Oh, cool. Hey, there's replacement swords in these blocks. Kinda neat how they're like, they're limited. You can only use, them once, so you can only have so many extra tries, but, you can kinda have a lot of extra tries. Hey, that's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool thing to ask the player to do. Gotta say. How's the volume, by the way? The volume is where it usually is, but it sounds louder to me than usual in my microphone. It's fine, right? Just turn the volume down on my headset and that'd do it. Oh, I needed that. Hey, there it is. There's another copy. Another copy? I don't know. Not like that. Shit. You think there's an invisible one right there? There is. The YouTube chat is connecting and reconnecting. That's just... I'll say, looks like the YouTube chat is having some difficulties. Y'all let me know if, like, the stream... Hang on. Where's my remote? 1 second here. Wrong button. Okay. Let me just check and see if am I having any connection issues? No, drop frame 0. Okay, good. Okay. It's just YouTube having a bit of a rough day. All's fine on your end. Excellent. Okay, let's continue with confidence. I don't know, YouTube, just weird, I guess. Need to, like, knock this into here. Apologies if anything is happening on YouTube, but it appears like it's just a YouTube issue and just a chat. And also it had that a momentary thing as well. Avatar is great. Highlights. What are the best bits? I love whenever in Avatar, the original Avatar, they're able to get in like a sinister water or earth bender. You know, in the case of, say, the bloodbender arc. Is it a spoiler to say things like that? Maybe I shouldn't say things like that. Wait a minute. This doesn't seem right. I feel like this is cheese. Oh, there's a ground under this. You can't cheese it that way. Okay, cool. What are we doing here? I don't quite get it. Nothing there. Is this like a throw a bomb really good? Oh! Hit a key hidden up there. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. I think like the bloodbender and like the secret organization, the whole like Ba Sing Se is an incredible arc at the end of season 2, and that, you know, really gets you ready for season 3, I guess. I don't know. Like that's sort of like the show at its height, and it sort of like continues being at its height until such time as like until it's over, basically. And that is fantastic. I like the various episodes where Zuko... Jeez, it's kind of a spoiler to say, because I just said, like, I'm not gonna say, like, what happens with Zuko, but, like, I like the Zuko-centric episodes after... with certain other characters of the cast. You know, I like that whole... those various arcs. I think those arcs are all excellent, and they go in some really... What? Oh. Okay, it's not activating the thing. Excellent. Is that when a vampire goes on a drunken reverie? That's a different thing. Don't worry about it if you've not seen the show. I need to get a sword. I'm about to time out, but... Oh, sword right there. Well, whatever. We had a checkpoint that was pretty close to where we were, so we're good. I I really like a lot of the Fire Nation stuff, like, you know, one of the last lighthearted episodes with, like, Aang going to school, Fire Nation school. That was just very fun as a concept and just, like, incredibly well done as far as, like, you know, exploring, like, what was up with the people of Fire Nation society, you know, during the war. The idea that, like, oh, they don't have it that well off, honestly, even though they are, like, actively conquering the world. Like, that stuff is just extremely, extremely interesting and extremely potent and just, like, some of the best stuff. I'll say, like, I think the Zuko episode where with the rock, the boiling rock, I think that is just very fun, and I really love the various face turns at the end of that episode, if you know what I mean. I love the moments where, like, multiple characters make a choice, and are just like, you know what, fuck this, fuck you, oh crap. You know, it's kind of sad that, like, they don't end up playing more of a role in the endgame, considering, like, how good that face turn is, but, you know, it is sort of a self-sacrifice type play, so it makes sense that once that card is pulled, and, you know, they're in a bad spot, it's like, oh crap, well, geez, they're just, done for the rest of the series then. Which makes sense. I know I'm dancing around spoilers for a 20-year-old show, but who knows? Who knows if people might want to watch it? I don't know necessarily what's gonna happen, who's gonna come out ahead. It's not really that sort of show with, like, coming out ahead versus, like, not, but, you know, who really could say, and who really should say, like, if it should be, spoiled in that way. Any other Avatar thoughts on Avatar: The Last Airbender? I'll say, I watched it later. I watched it, like, after Korra was out. And indeed, I watched it after Korra, in fact. But I still really enjoyed the hell out of it. I still would say, like, it's a S-tier show. Wait. So these are, like, exits? I see. So there's multiple routes here that we can go. Noted. Last time we went right, so this time we'll go left. And I presume the last one will be the door. That's right. I'll say the timer is up. The timer is up, so after this try, we will go to the last tries. I will say, for context, how it works during last tries if we run out of time. The time that, based on the number of seconds that are on the clock. The other thing to know is that if we pass a repeating checkpoint, I've said before that checkpoints refresh our daily dues. They usually only do so once, but if we have progress and, you know, get to a repeating checkpoint with something new, e.g. a red coin, then that would cash in our progress, okay? Okay. It. What? Okay, that's a sign. That's an end timer. 5 lives. Let's go. F indeed, yeah. F, F, F. Anyway, it's a killer show. I really enjoyed rewatching it. I think there's a lot you can say about Avatar, about how it builds its characters, how it, like, you know, has really compelling character arcs that are just super duper well put together. And how these characters just, like, sort of grow over time very organically. And how it has, like, thoughtful themes that it engages with thoughtfully. The writing is altogether stellar. I mean, I'll say I've seen it before, let me be clear again. I was rewatching it for the first time in, like, I feel like not that long ago. I feel like I was maybe even streaming the last time I watched it, you know, probably like a couple years ago. But it's a hell of a thing, and just a show that's easy to rewatch. And the thing I'll say for it is that it definitely gets better as it goes. Its best episodes are definitely towards the end, and its worst episodes are definitely like up top, more or less. You know, as far as like worst episodes go, I feel like it's just like, it's not like they're bad episodes. It's just like, it's like, yeah, this is some silly nonsense. This is just like, you know, I feel like this is the kind of episode that would be embarrassed to be in Jackie Chan. You know, like, if I had to call out one in particular, I would go like, yeah, I would say, and I would be surprised if this wasn't one that other people would mention. When you compare it to the good stuff, yeah. How about The Divide? I feel like The Divide is just a little bit too simplistic. You know, like, these guys are just, you know, these guys are just, like, the most stock, you know, good guy try, bad guy try. I mean, it's not that simple, I know. Like, I don't mean to, like, simplify it even farther than it is simplified, but, like, it's very much just, like, a cartoon setup. And the more, like, visible I feel like that framework is on an episode, the worse it is. You know, as far as, like, best episodes go, this is cool, by the way. I feel like Bossing Say Stories is just S tier as far as, like, you know, you got, like, Uncle, Iroh being sad. That sub-story is just incredible. The date with Zuko's date is S tier as well. I could have gone without what happened to the story of what happened to the Air Bison motherfucker. The Air Bison sub-story, you know, the days of Bossing Say are great. The Air Bison backstory bits is like, yeah, I don't know. You didn't need that one. I think you could have gone without that one. I don't need to know what's up with Appa. He was just somewhere, and now he's not. Big whoop. Or should I say big yip yip? No, I shouldn't say that. That's very silly. What if we go back up? No, that doesn't... That's useless. I think maybe this way? I don't remember going in this direction. But I think this is the way, this is the route. Ah, there we go. Go in the door, right? Little boss fight here. I like, you know, right now I'm just sitting here thinking about Iroh singing like this song about the little soldier boy and like at the grave for his son and just being like, oh man, like, you know, we were just talking about the silly episode where a bunch of guys on both sides are like, we hate the Vajin, you know, we hate the whatever the other guys were called. They weren't called that. Vajin is way too close to Vajin. That's just what Borat says one time. You know, we hate the other guys, you know. We're cartoon characters. Meanwhile, like, Uncle Iroh at a grave just being like... Just like being genuinely heartbroken is just like, my god. Ugh. Genuinely, like, one of the saddest... You know... One of the saddest things in a cartoon, you know? Right up there with, like, Fry's dog. And, What else is up there with Fry's dog? Fry's dog. Fry's dog. There's Fry's dog. Hit me with the saddest cartoon things real fast, everyone in chat. What else is up there? Bye-bye Butterfree? I can see that. I don't think that quite ranks among the ranks of, like, Fry's dog or nothing, because, you know, Butterfree will be fine, you know? Butterfree has a life ahead of, Butterfree. Butterfree is gonna do great out in the real world, I'm sure. You know, the weird thing about Pokemon is, like, he over the years and the decades now, Ash has caught, like, hundreds of Pokemon, surely, and, like, when's the last time he thought about Pidgeotto? Honestly. Like, as much as we all love Pidgeotto. Or Pidgeot, did he ever evolve? Did it ever evolve? I don't even know. I don't know that Ash knows. If it's like, Ash, did your Pidgeot evolve to Pidgeot, or is it still Pidgeotto? He'd have to pull out his Pokedex and be like, let me check. Yeah, I got Pidgeot. I've done Pidgeot. Yeah. Unless I traded for one real fast, which I don't think I did. I feel like there's one other really good classic example of something that's just so heartbreaking. I just can't think of it at the moment. Please tell me we didn't have to go through that particular door. No, right, it's over here. The P-switch must be for a bonus. Must be for a extra thing. I'm just gonna grab the flagpole normal style. I'm not gonna mess around. Great level, Javon Twitch. That was a long one, but a quality one. Hope y'all good. Secret of the Golden Temple was the name of that level. Let's go ahead and hit complete. And pull up the next level. The next level is by Skirples. Skirples. Oh, 06i wants an express pass right now. You got it, 06i. Skirples, you're next after 06i, but right now we're looking at the express pass, which is something that I did not detail this stream yet. The express pass is where you can skip to the front of the queue once per stream if you are a Twitch subscriber. And you can do this, or an instant refresh, by the way. It's a one or the other choice. And we get 3 lives during the Express. So, let's pull up this level and see what it is. Also, I'll say I started rewatching Korra. I watched the first book, and I honestly, like, Korra is so weird because, like, each book is basically a self-contained little you know, adventure onto itself with a, you know, a specific villain for the length of it that is typically, usually, in all cases, defeated by the end and built up in such a way that, like, oh, it's all just shorter and a lot easier to binge and a lot more hewing towards procedural storytelling versus, like, you know, lighthearted bullshit, you know. Basically, there's no lighthearted. Korra is a show that's all the fat is trimmed off. You know what I mean? It's very lean as a show goes. And I like that. I like that a lot. You know, I feel like with Korra, it's kind of like with Breaking Bad, where, like, at the start of every episode, you don't know where it's going to end. And by the end, everything's basically changed, you know? The story has moved on from where it was at the start in a way that you cannot basically predict a lot of the time. You know, it's very prestigious. It has the air of, like, prestige television a lot more than, like, Avatar, which feels like... I feel like Avatar sort of fell backwards into prestige television, whereas, like, Korra was born to it, and I think that is great. I will say I don't think every book of Korra is made equally. The first book is very much just, like, a starter, and just like, oh, let's introduce some characters, introduce Republic City, and have a fun, self-contained adventure in Republic City specifically, you know, not the greater world, or nothing. And I'll say Republic City, it's a great setting. I really love how there's benders of every nation there, like, including some airbenders, you know, like it's so cool how in that setting that just, like, yeah, now everyone gets along, and, like, you know, there's a whole sports now that involves, like, one firebender, one earthbender, and one waterbender on a team. And it's like, that is such a fun concept, and also it is fun that, like, Korra gets to compete in that sport. I feel like pro bending is, like, as, you know, off... I'm not 100% sure about this, but that's, like, as off the main plot as the show is allowed to get, right? After that, it's just like, okay, well, let's get a little bit serious here. That's right, the Final World 6. Let me just drink a little bit of water and then we'll begin. The main four in Korra are great. You know, the two brothers and, the lady, the non-bending lady. They're a great set of characters. I feel like they lean a little bit too far into romance, you know. It's like, romance was a part of Avatar, but it was like a minor part. Whereas, like, in, Korra, it's just like, right from the start, they're just like, okay, time to do some romance. Time to ask, like, you know, Bolin, what's up with that? The other guy. What the fuck is the other guy's name? The fire guy? It's really cool that, like, in you know, there's, like, families who are, you know, mixed between the tribes as far as types of bending goes. I'll say a thing that I always thought was a little bit cartoony. Damn it. A little bit, we need to be more careful in this one. I think it's really cool how skulls are falling from the sky, but remember, we only have 3 tries, so we gotta be, like, careful and crap. I think it's really cool how there's, like, families that span, like, different bending types, you know? It's kind of weird in, like, The Last Airbender that, like, other than, like, one minor example, firebenders never are on the side of the non-fire nation, you know? The earthbenders are always on the side of the earth nation. Whereas you think after 100 years, you know, there'd be some amount of, like, okay, we're like giving this specific group specific exceptions, and now, like, you know, there are earthbending task force. We got some earthbenders on our side now. You know, you would think that they would have recruited some of the waterbenders they like, you know, captured. You know, I guess I'll say, like, that is a plot that comes up in Korra later, so maybe it's just like, man, that's a little bit dark, isn't it? It's a little bit dark for Avatar to be like, okay, well, you know, Like, the direction that Korra takes it is a little bit dark, but you could totally just, like, you know, over the course of 100 Years' War, you could totally just say, like, yeah, no, just someone who has always grown up in the Fire Nation colonies, yeah, you could see how they would be like, yeah, I'm an earthbender, but, like, I'm down with the new order, let's go. Oh, damn it. We lost all our lives. Well, the Express Pass is, of course, as you know, no guarantee. Thank you for level. Oh, 6i. We will surely try that again later-ish. Skirples, you are up. Hope you didn't mind me talking about Korra during that, but, you know, sort of been on my mind recently. Korra has. Skirples, go ahead and confirm. I don't know, I've seen Skirples in a minute, so, you know, if Skirples isn't here, it'll be sudden death. Y'all know the drill. Anyway, I'm gonna continue trucking on with Korra. I do feel like Season 2 and 3 are the strongest books of Korra. Season 2, I think, has the best episode of Korra. Specifically the episode where, it's sort of a... I think it might be the best episode of Airbender in general, but the episode where it sort of tells the backstory of the Avatar, and it's beautifully animated. I'm really looking forward to seeing that one again. And also, I really love the main villain of Season 3. Just, you know, a thing about Korra that's great is that they give opportunities for the other non-firebender nations to produce some villains, and they get creative in some really fun ways to make that happen. I love it. I'm huge into it. Let's just start it. And if this isn't enough tries, we'll I'll drink some water. Is this... what the fuck? Oh, we need to, like, wait for that to push us down. I guess. We're a little late now, unfortunately. Also, I wonder, can you jump? Yeah, you can jump that high. That's not a problem. I'm gonna pop that head because I think it's impossible now. I'm just gonna hang out here and wait for the best. Hope for the best. Easy. Alright, and once we figured out how to do it, wasn't a problem. It wasn't a thing. Very nice, very short and sweet, as you say, as this thing says, Skirples. Thank you, thank you. I'm gonna hit, complete, and we'll pull up the next one. I'll pull a card. Talk about something other than Avatar or Korra. But, like, just to finish that thought, I am gonna be playing, I'm gonna be watching a bunch of that, you know, going forward. And I wouldn't be surprised if I just, like, bust through entire parts, like, in one big thing. Devarin, go ahead and confirm. Devarin, you are up. Devar. It's Devarin is the name of this user. Have you watched the GTA 6 trailer too? I actually have now. It came out, like, before my last stream. I hadn't watched it by then. I have watched it now. I understand this game is going to be a big deal. I should probably, like, you know, try to give half of a shit about it. And I'll say, like, watching that trailer, it does look incredibly good. You know, what people have said is not a lie. Like, yeah, no, this might be peak fidelity. This might be, like, as good as a video game has looked. And also just, like, you know, as far as just, like, breadth goes. Breadth. as far as like scope goes. They say there's like 6 areas in that game, which just make my eyes go a little bit wide and go like, oh, that's cool. The last kind of had like maybe what 2 main areas. It had like the big city and it had the boonies, and it's like that was pretty good. You're telling me this has that, and it's like, oh, it has the Everglades and it has, you know, this city and that city and this minor area, and it's like, okay, that sounds pretty promising. Let me see. Let me Google. Well, we're like waiting for Devarin anyway. GTA. I put in GAT. 6 areas. Let me see. Here we go. Here's the Reddits. Vice City, Leonida Keys, Port Gellhorn, Grass Rivers, Ambrosia, and Mount Kalga National Park. That seems pretty cool. That seems like a variety of places to visit, to drive around to. Presumably in all one big open world that's just like a big chunk of fictional Florida. Like, that does sound nice. You know, on some level I do wish that, like, you know, I'll say from my part, I'll say where I am on GTA, which is that my first GTA was 5. I played it and I thought like, yeah, this is pretty good, but like, no Saints Row the Third. And like, hey, Devarin is here. Excellent. Perfect. Good. What level you want, Devarin? Anything good? Let's look around. I played GTA 5 without playing any of the previous games. I actually did rent, I think. I feel like I did play like 2 seconds of GTA 3 somehow, like back in the day, but like I didn't really get it. You know, and it's just like, oh, you just do like a massacre or something? Okay, well, return it. I don't know. Or was that on the 360? Like I rented an Xbox version of GTA 3 and like played it for a minute. Really though, the first time I played GTA was 5, and I found it to be mostly satisfying as a story game, as like a plot game, as like a enjoy the world and like, you know, don't get too much of these horrible characters, you know? Fire and Ghost are hard, Dunes and Cats are easy. Choosing clear conditions make the level harder. Okay. Fire and Ghost, Dunes and Cats. How about this? Oh, actually, it says a maze. All these are mazes. Let me see. Fire and Ghost. Where's the fire one? Yeah, give me a fire one. Clear rate's not that bad. This one looks... And Moyako is the world record holder. That's interesting. I'm thinking this one. Anyway, I'll say I'll get GTA 6 when it comes out, and I'll, you know, probably stream it, like, a little bit. I don't know, I'll stream, like, the start of it. I think it's cool that it's about a married, or about a couple, a power couple, you know, a boyfriend-girlfriend who are both criminal. That is a good premise for a GTA-type game. And I'm looking forward to hear, like, okay, well, what is it story-wise? Does it have heists? Or are we got cinematic bits that are as good as the ones in GTA 5? I feel like if GTA 5 was like... I'll say for my part, GTA 5, I think it's a little too long, right? Like, I wish it was just a little more compact. I wish it got to the heist a little faster. You know, I wish it was just like, heist, 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 heist. I would love it. It was just like, heist, and then like an hour later, like, okay, time for another heist. You know, and then an hour after that, it's like, okay, time for another heist. You know, I don't need the story where the Girls Gone Wild guy appears and he's a real jerk-off, and, you know, it's some stupid crap with Michael's son, or, you know, his jerk-off son. Like, I don't need that crap. But, you know, I really like the heists. I hope that this new game has heists. We'll see. That'll be cool. You know, people are saying that, like, It's gonna be very significant, sales-wise, culturally. People have maybe been waiting to... People might be out there waiting for, like, GTA 6 before they buy a next-gen console. And, like, that'll be a shot in the arm for the industry, is what some people are saying. Which is like, okay, well, I don't know it'll be that special. I mean, I feel like people who buy a GTA and play the Fortnite, you know, they're just looking for those two things. They're not looking to necessarily, like, support the finer arts, you know? They're not gonna be out here going like, okay, I beat GTA 5. I beat GTA 6. Time to play Blueprints. You know, that's not them. That's someone else. You know, that's me. That's my dumb ass. But, like, you know, we'll see what happens. Oh, Bowser wants Toadette. Lord Bowser in chat. I should be specific. It's not like, I'm saying that Bowser, you know... Anyway... feels a way about Toadette. It's not what I'm saying at all. It's a honest thing. It's a innocent deal. Anyway, we need to get 1-ups during this level. It should be noted. We should be paying attention. Have I missed any 1-ups? Tell me if I've missed any 1-ups. These 1-ups are important and all. Open a pack? After this level, sure, I can do that. I have a card for Pokemon Pocket in a bit. Maybe how about we wait for that? I will tell you, says the D-Dad. D-Fart. Oh god. They're all in question mark blocks, so not hard to find. Here's what I'm wondering right now. We got this spring. What exactly do we use it for? One thing that comes to mind is I can get this, bring this guy up here, and open the way forward. This gotta be it, yes. I think we found it. Let's do it. Yeesh.
Oh no!
Yeesh. Ah. It is 7:30. Let's say 8 o'clock for the lightning round. We've been getting some long levels tonight, so maybe we'll take our time and we'll get to the lightning round around 8, let's say. Excellent. That sounds good to me. I like a late lightning round. Streams recently have been around like 4.5 hours on average for these viewer level ones. I'll say next week I'm aiming for a shorter one, considering that I have, you know, it's sort of like smack dab between a Thursday stream and an all-day Saturday stream. So I'm gonna do all lightning round next week, and I'm gonna aim more for like 2 hours. I'm gonna come in with less to talk about, and we're gonna close the queue like earlier, but it'd be fun nonetheless. You know, lightning rounds are the viewer levels are fun, no matter how long they last, or you know how lightning the lightning round is. So keep that in mind. Be ready for that, and that'll be the last viewer levels before I get my LASIK. Will be out the following week, so you know some details forthcoming. Not really forthcoming, but like talk about that in a bit. I have a card to talk about that later. Not that I can't talk about it now also, but it's kind of silly to talk about it multiple times in a stream, isn't it? I don't know. All, Whenever we die, it's a huge setback because, you know, there's no checkpoints, and there can't be. Oh, jeez. Anyway, I can do another card while we're just playing this level again from the... Okay. That guy exploded on me. That's right, it's impossible. Here's another card. I've been playing some Minecraft idly. That's what I've been doing a lot last few days, last week or so. It's just like, you know, as I'm watching Avatar or whatever, I got Minecraft on my Switch, and I've just been playing a little bit of it in that classic survival mode. Just doing a very simple thing, making a house, building a mine, trying to, like, you know, expand out to a second house, failing oftentimes, and then just being like, you know, I could start another file now and build a new house. You know, this one will be bigger, you know, and or smaller, or I'll do it differently this way. You know, and this time I'll be like, okay, well, this is a starter home. So I'll just, this time it's a starter home, so I'll just be like, I wonder if it'll allow keyboard and mouse controls for, like, Minecraft? Yeah. I hope there's a big update for Minecraft, considering it kind of has performance issues on the Switch. And it's like one of the biggest games of all time. I can't imagine that it won't. Anywho, I've been like just doing like file after file of that, doing things slightly differently, trying to find like neat places to set down houses, you know, like one, it's like, ooh, I found this nice big chasm. Let me set up my house with like a chasm view, with like a search below the lava. Okay, shit. I'll do that next time I'm there. I'll set down like a house with like a chasm view and be like, okay, I got like a view into this fun chasm, and then realize like, oh, skeletons are there, so I probably shouldn't have built my house right on skeleton land, you know? They're just gonna always be there unless I go plop down 100 torches, you know? That's annoying. Something to consider when you're picking your real estate. One of the last ones I did, one I did was a very, very, very small house, you know, just like minimal, just like, okay, this is literally just like a bed and a bed, a chest, and a crafting table, and it's just a little corridor that leads to a mine that I literally didn't like do in a strategic way. I just built a 1x1 shaft going down, like you know, caution to the wind, and just you know, went down to bedrock that way. And then I did it again, but this time it's like, oh, this time the house is on the beach. It's under a sand dune, and it has like walls of sandstone. It's like, ooh, that's pretty cool. Pretty cool to have beach house, sandstone house. Though I'll say in like modern Minecraft, I'm not sure if this is how it was originally, but like it's, since the water puts out fire, mobs and stuff can really survive for a bit in like they can survive for a bit in like the day, so long as they're underwater. So it's kind of not a great place to be, the beach, and you just end up like just looking out and being like, man, that zombie should be dead. That fucking skeleton, oh man, he continues to be alive, huh? That's not good. Is this a safe place to be? Tell me this is safe. Good, it's safe, okay. That skeleton is still alive. That's a concern because skeletons just shoot me, and I have no recourse against them. Whatever. I'll say I'm not... I feel like right now my thought is just like, you know, maybe I should stop fucking around with survival. Maybe just go right to peaceful and just like, you know, hang out and be mellow and chill and just be like, okay, here's be mellow and chill and just, you know, not sure how I'm supposed to know, like, when the lava has receded or not. Oh, wait, I can see right here where the lava is. Excellent. Lava's filling up that pipe. You know, just, waiting to see... I feel like maybe I should just do peaceful, and then I could have, like, all the chasm houses I want. I was sailing around doing a map thing the other day in the seed. I say the other day. Just recently. Just in that same... Damn it, I can't get to that, Well, hang on, that's only for, a coin, I think. This is what we want. I was messing around with the, just like exploring, and I found a big open chasm that just had, you know, caves that stretched in every direction, and I said, oh, this is amazing, I gotta build a house here. And then I did, and then tried to explore, and it's just like, yeah, there's 100 billion skeletons and zombies that live here. And, like, even if you, like, really just ruin the aesthetics of the cave by, like, planting down 1,000 torches, even that's not enough to stop you to make that cave safe. You know, it's not a good place to be, and that's a bit of a bummer. You know, and I think that maybe the solution is just like, yeah, nah, just you know, I really did back in the day enjoy that feeling of like okay, I'm exploring and oh god, it turned to night, so now I have to stop everything, you know? Now I have to, like, close up shop. Is this anything? Oh, that's just a free fire flower. You know, I did like that drama of, like, oh, geez, it's, what am I to do? But that sort of drama only lasts until you get steel, at which point you can get a bed, at which point you can sleep through the night, at which point zombies and stuff are just more annoying than anything. Yeah, it's Chardavard. You don't usually see Chardavard that often. Let me say, Chardavard is a rarity. The star... What? Change character. The star guy with the bag? Clarify, Rock Party. Who is the star guy with the bag? Star guy with the bag. Is Mario the star guy? Who has the bag?
Oh yeah.
Mario's been to space.
Okie dokie.
I can't play as Ninja. I can't play as Ninja, Rock Party. Toad. I'm gonna rule Toad on that. Nabbit, also not in this game. Wait until Mario Maker 3 before we can get any of the characters you're suggesting. Mario, okay, you got it.
Yes.
Thanks for clarifying. Ninjas care for the Star Kids in Starborn Village. That's true. That's, perhaps. Is Nabbit related to the Ninja? No. I don't think so. I don't think so. Ah. Oh, that's refreshing. So yeah, that's been fun. The rabbit? Yeah, no, it's a different thing. It's already dressed a little bit ninja-like. And it has a similar name to ninjas, Navits. Both start with N's. Makes you think, makes you think. Makes me think. Does it make y'all think? I hope it makes y'all think. That's what I'm looking to do here, you know. Thought-provoking, what's the word? What's like the least complimentary word about like a conversation? Thought-provoking tripe? Thought-provoking content? Thought-provoking malarkey? I just want to provoke a thought, you know? What the fuck? What's wrong with that? Nothing's wrong with that. I don't know where I'm going with this. Minecraft is cool! Minecraft is really cool. Really enjoying just like farting around in that and like, you know, exploring the world a little bit. I say the world as if I'm just doing one seed, but like, I'm doing a bunch, and it's kind of fun just to like wander and real like, hey, what the fuck is that? There's a new biome? What biomes in this? Oh, god damn it. Too soon, too soon. It was not safe. Damn it. There are new biomes in Minecraft nowadays. You know? Like the biome of like the Arizona desert. You know, that's pretty cool. Arizona desert biome. I kind of like that. You got your Arizona desert biome. You got like an Arctic biome, which I got that and I had no idea it was like super massive. And I just sort of mapped it for a while and it used up a whole tier 3 map, just that alone. And I was kind of a little bit annoyed because it's like, okay, well, I was going to explore south, but south is a wasteland of ice. So, fuck that shit. I guess I'm going north now. Minecraft is fun. Hey, Axel. I don't want to surprise you, but, like, Minecraft is fun. Check it out. It'll be nice when it can, on Switch 2, like, draw as far as you can see. Right now, it's often just like, oh, there's a chunk of world over there that's just not loaded. And that's just, I don't know, the limitations of the Switch 2, the Switch 1, I think. Is it like that on, like, Xbox One and Series X? I sincerely doubt it. I sincerely hope not. PS5 can load like 35 chunks. I assume that's like far enough where you can't see the edge, right? That's ideal. Switch definitely has a problem with that. I'll say, like, I wouldn't exactly switch to PlayStation or Xbox just because, you know, it's too convenient. I'm playing in portable mode. Portable mode rules. I wouldn't trade portable mode for all the draw distance in the world. I wouldn't. Nice. Build that. Now we can get rid. We can toggle that. Yeah. Leave. Back to this area with the Char de Vards. That is excellent. It's probably like nearly getting to 8 o'clock now, right? Yes. About 7:50. this level because how easy it is to survive and go like for a couple minutes. And it's maybe one of the longest, you know, last tries that we could get. But I'm trying my best and we'll probably get through. There's a bomb. What's another game I've been playing other than Minecraft? That's a good question. This one's a lesser-known game that I've come to realize recently that I love to death. I love a lot. Clustertruck. Clustertruck went up at the start of this area? Okay. Noted. Fuck! It's not just good enough to get it though. You have to time it where the lava isn't up, because yeah, that thing would have went right into the lava anyhow, and then you know we'd be boned. So shit. Did you get your eye drops yet? Yeah, I've got all my my stuff except for a check to pay for it. The one up is lava proof. Okay, good. Okay, good. I didn't know that. Thank you, Devarin, for the tip. Clustertruck is a hell of a game. For those who don't know... Clustertruck, I have an image here of, like, what Clustertruck is like. And basically, just picture a bunch of trucks just, like, careening forward. And you have to, like, sort of 3D platform in first person. Did I send you the nighttime drops? I couldn't find the nighttime drops. I only found, like, gel drops at, like, a CVS. And I just went with those because it was, like, night drops or the gel drops. If there's a place to find, like, the night ones, that would be probably good, you know, put you to sleep or something. I don't know. Last all night, I'm not sure, like, how better those are, but I'd be interested in. Clustertruck is fucking great. Replay, like... that idly because it's a very fun game to replay idly, and just like basically there's trucks, there's like wacky high octane physics going on. You like careen, you know, you just like careen off trucks, careen like forward at high speeds, and you just try your best not to die, and it's just a ton of fun, let me say. Like Clustertruck is a game that I, you know, I've been recently re-reviewing things on Backlog. Recently got back to that, and I saw, like, when I originally played Clustertruck, I gave it like a 3 out of 5 because it was rough, because it was like jank, because it felt a little bit assy. But now, like, after having like years and years to play it and like to realize like, oh, this is just a very fun game to idly play. Like, I've realized that those things that are weird about it only make it better, only make it more compelling, only make it, like, more satisfying to succeed in. You know, like, basically when I play Clustertruck, I try as little as possible to move the camera because, you know, playing from a fixed perspective just makes it easier to, like, maneuver. Shit! Just makes it easier to, like, maneuver from truck to truck and to, like, land on the next truck without, like, getting all turned around, getting all flipped upside down. It's ridiculous. Clustertruck rules. I just basically, on my own time, played through every level in the main campaign other than the final one, which I'll say I've never beaten because it is a hard as balls final level in Clustertruck. Like, you have to, yeah, we are running out of lives. It's getting pretty impossible here. We also got a lot of people waiting, so, you know, we gotta I'm surprised I didn't die there. We gotta keep things moving. Hey, Chippendale. This may be your hardest level. God damn, I chose wrong. I chose so poorly. Haha, you know, as far as what level to pick. The clear rate did not seem that bad, but I didn't account for the time per life. Sometimes you live a long time, and that's, you know... You know, there's that saying, you know, you either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. You either die a traditional level? No, that doesn't work. I can't finagle that into a saying. Twitch didn't tell me you were live until now? Wait, really? Did you just get, like, the notification if you have notifications on? That's funny. God! No, that thing was too submerged in lava. Really? You just got the notification now? That's funny. We've been going for like... literally 2 hours now. Like 2 hours now. No matter. Happy you're here now. Hey. I'm happy everyone finds their way here. You know, whenever they do... whether it's live or VOD or, you know, whenever is good. I am ready to die. But, like, you know, I gotta give this my best shot. You know, Devarin. This is... We gotta give it the old college try. We can't, what's the word? Sandbag? Can we sandbag? Would y'all prefer that I sandbagged? People believe. Devarin believes. I believe too. So, you know, I'm not just gonna, like, stand a little too close to the lava. I'm not just gonna, like, you know, happen to genuinely fall into the lava right there. No, I'm gonna play good. I'm gonna get through here, and, not even gonna kill the Ham Brothers this time. There's no need. No. And we're gonna do this part perfectly good. And I'm going to skip the cycle. I'm gonna do it first cycle. Maybe that message shouldn't say there's a YouTube archive now, since I've had that YouTube, and indeed do streams from it as well. And I have done for, like, a while now, but, like, you know, you can watch on YouTube if you like. YouTube's great. Alright, shit! We're as far as we've been... Wait, no, there's one room until we're as far as we've been. We're coming up on as far as we've been. Clustertruck is great. Y'all should play Clustertruck. Thank you for the Twitch follow, Devarin. What's the queue right now? There's 12 in queue, currently. You can always tell because, you know, it's lower right, over there. 12 out of 99. Not that it's ever gotten up to 99. That'd be crazy. That'd be impossible to do in one stream, I would think.
Oh no!
Well, shit, there's the final life. There we go. Thank you, Devarin. Hey, it's 8 o'clock. Yeah, let's, it's 8 o'clock, y'all. It is true that the lightning round goes a lot faster than that. Typically. Anyway. You know, people, I should not be rubbing my eyes. What am I doing? I'm rubbing my eyes. I enjoyed watching your pain. I am literally in pain now that I rub my eyes, so hope you enjoy that as well. Oh, jeez. What if I rub the top? Will that be better? I should take aspirin is what I should do. Little bit of aspirin. 1 second. I'm gonna go grab... no, real pain is bad. Real pain bad. Game pain good. Okay, got it. Let me go grab some aspirin. Back. Ah. I always take 3 aspirin at once. Hopefully it's the right amount. I don't know. I'm a larger fella. 2 doesn't really do it for me. I don't know. Champagne for my real friends, real pain for my sham friends. That's an expression that I'm sure people say. That's yeah. Stop rubbing things on stream. It just you know, sometimes I just can't resist getting a little you know, a little rubbing in, you know. Just gotta, you know, you got that itch, you know. You got that itch. To be clear, again, I was just rubbing my eyes just now. That's what Chad is referring to, nothing else. Let's go. Good. Okay. Hey, folks, do you know what time it is? It is time for the lightning round. During the lightning round, we will have 5 tries to beat each level that comes our way. 5 tries refreshing at checkpoints. We will also have bonus heads under the 3 following circumstances. First off, the first level of the lightning round, whose person is present. Second, 2. 1. First person who's there. 2. Super worlds. 3. Levels with clear rates under 1%. Those are the 3 conditions where we get bonus heads, which come in a wide variety of forms. Which you can see some of here just being like cycled through. I forgot to dismiss before we started the lightning round, so let me get the next level. Excellent. It's Alan, who is here. Alan. It's actually Alan, not Alan. Have I always been saying that right? Regardless. I see Alan in chat, so let me pull up the blockers so we can randomize it truly. And I hit the button. They are currently shuffling behind that thing. In fact, we can see now if I pull it down. See, yeah, they're shuffling. 5, 4, 3, 2. Stop the thing. Luigi. Let's go. That's Wario emote. Alon. These are Luigi heads. That's Wario's not too friendly with them. With Luigi. I don't know. It's fine. I've already played that one and beaten it. You want me to do another level? How about I do another level? Let's see. How come these are all 5-2s? What the... This is a theme. This is a... Are all your levels 5-2? But different variants of that? Wow, that is commitment to a bit. That is commitment to a bit. Which one should we play? Okay, no, after like, a couple dozen... Only since 2023 has all of Alon's levels been F2 of F2 5-2 but with a twist. Before that it was music and other things of that nature. Old Country for Old Men, Frog Factions. That was all years ago though. More recently, 5-2 is what Alan is into. How about 5-2, but we switch jumps? Sure. Let's do it. This'll go well. Right, 5-2 is the one with the... is one with Hammer Brothers, huh? Oh boy, this will go well. Is there any way of getting a, mushroom here? Like, no, right? Because all the blocks are spikes, so, like, it's all, impossible. I feel like we're doing really good, though. This is it! This is it! This is it! This is totally it! Yes! Yes! We did it! I accidentally paused there. I'm really happy with myself. That felt really good. Thanks, Alan. Alon. That's great. That's 2 tries, all we needed. Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go! What a great level to start the lightning round on. What the fuck? That's so good. No pain there. No pain there. Only eye pain. I'm feeling better. The aspirin helped. Maybe. It's helping. Not gonna rub, not gonna rub. I promise not to rub on stream. That's my my commitment. That's the streamer you know, the streamer pledge. You know, rubbing only off stream. And ideally only after like where am I going with this? I can't make that a double entendre without losing the eye part of it, because you never want to rub your eye, even if you are like lubed up or whatever the fuck I was driving at. That's nothing. Let me hit dismiss and bring up the next level. Or I did complete it. Let me hit complete and bring up the next level. Ignore the miss. We hit. That was a hit. Japanese viewer, you are up. I'm not sure how to pronounce the name, given that it's, you know, kanji and all, but you are up. Please confirm. Woo! That felt really good. Hey, I've been playing Pokemon TCG Pockets. And I can pull up my Pokemon TCG Pocket game real fast and put it on screen whilst I like talk about that for a hot second. The doctor should have told you about eye wipes you should use instead of rubbing. There are eye wipes? Yeah, I don't think he mentioned eye wipes. He mentioned, like, you know, drops and stuff, but not like eye wipes. Let me Google. Remind me tomorrow. Eye wipes? That sounds good. Yeah, we can just go ahead and pull one real fast and see what we get. I'll say I've had some good luck this week with the Pokemon Pockets. I've managed to get like some second copies of a bunch of the new cards I've been looking for as far as like the EXs go, you know? Which is nice. Nothing major there. Just some commons that apparently I didn't have yet. I can pull a second one, I think, by the way. I haven't been, like, spending my hourglasses or anything, so... I currently have 69 of the fuckers, so... Yeah, let me just pull a second time, and we'll see if we get something, something better. I've gotten, like, second copies of a bunch of, the EXs. Like, I got a second, I got a first and a second, Incineroar. I also got a second of, one of the major legendaries, one of these cover legendaries, I forget which one. Nothing. Which is pretty nice and probably, like, you know, what I really need. But, I don't know, I've not been, like, feeling like actually putting together a deck and really, like, taking these into competitive or whatever. I don't know, I've just not really felt the drive to be like, okay, it's time to take, It's time to take, what's a good example of that? It's time to take, Incineroar into competitive, right? Or like, oh, I got these, 2 Solagaeos, you know, or is Solageo excellence? Solgaleo? I don't know. Maybe I should play some of him. I never did get Dialga, who does, like, the steel ramping effect. So, like, I probably should get one of those, the second one of those, before I, like, play a steel deck, but I don't know. I don't know. See here, I got 2 of these guys, Incineroars, and I think one of the best ones of the pack is the water guy. The, let me see, Crabominal. I think I want a second one of those, and I'm not sure what else is good this pack. You know, like, honestly, I've gotten to the point where I'm not really, like, watching content about Pokemon Pocket. I'm not learning, like, okay, here's what the hot pack is this month. You know, here's what you're looking for. It's like, okay, I'll just do packs, and then I'll get some EXs, and I'll be like, okay, I think I'm doing good. I don't know. I honestly don't know. Yeah. That's the website that the queue is managed on. By the way, Warp World. You saw it for a second. It's no big deal. Sent you Amazon links? Cool. Okay, I'll have a look at that off stream. Great, thanks. Thanks, Rock Party. Yeah, I really need to not rub it when I've actually gotten my eyes lasered off. Like, that's essential to the process. I'm just really hoping that, like, I've already played these levels, Japanese viewer-san. Kota no Rui. G. Oh, the last is Luigi. That's gotta be Luigi there at the end. Kota's Luigi? I guess, Kota, let's say. Don't see ya. And I've already played these levels, so I guess let's choose here. Which one should we do? What's the faster one? 1 minute versus a little longer than a minute. Okay, we'll do the latest one. Let me get the bonus heads down. Hey, Squink. Hey, everyone. I don't see the Japanese viewer in the YouTube chat, so I am taking it down to 2 lives, which should be more than enough. I say, and then I die.
No.
I don't see the Japanese viewer in the chat, so taking it down to 2 lives, and, you know, we've already beaten this one, so really I have nothing to prove. I've already done it. It's already a known thing that I can beat it if I want to. The question is only, do I want to? Yeah, maybe. Anywho, I'll say with Pokemon Pocket, I'm definitely, like, entering an idle phase with that game. I'm not, like, checking it all the time. I get my daily packs in, and then I basically call it a day. You know, I check in the morning. You know, I check every 12 hours to get my dailies done. Get my free packs, but, like, beyond that, I'm not really bothering that much with the game anymore. We saw this before a couple times. It's little ho-hum now. It's a cool story thing, a story beats. Japanese viewer-san, but Kota. But, like, I've seen it before, you know? What can I say? Ugh. I don't got that many other games to talk about, and in fact, let me just, like... Okay, there we go. Let me hit complete, and we'll pull up the next level right now. Excellent. Lord Bowser. Lord Bowser, you are up. go ahead and confirm for me Lord Bowser. I'll say, I've been still playing some other games. And, yeah, that's what the next card says. I'm still playing some other games, kinda. You know, with all the Avatar and, like, Korra I've been watching, mostly I've just been playing, like, games that can be played idly in the background. Or, you know, on the Switch. In particular, like, Minecraft and Clustertruck. And, you know, I just finished Mario 64 and going through every cup in Mario Kart Deluxe 8, which was kind of fun, but, you know, just sort of a thing you do. Doesn't really take that long if you're just doing, like, you know, a couple of cups every time you're, like, watching episodes of Avatar The Last Airbender. You know, it doesn't really last that long, so mostly I've just been playing those games, but I did get in a little bit more, Blueprints. I did play a couple runs of Blueprints. I'm pretty much still exactly where I was in Blueprints, which is to say, like, yeah, I'm at the mercy of RNG. I need RNG to deliver to me everything I need. Playing with CPUs is boring. Yeah, I feel that too, somewhat, but, you know, online, it's a lot harder to just, like, do each cup in turn and do every track, like, once exactly, you know? But, and then that's factor one, and factor two is, like, you know, I said, like, Avatar and Korra, but, like, I'll admit, like, a lot of the time when I'm, like, playing something, it's like a subtitled anime is on the screen, and sometimes I need to pause to be like, wait, I didn't catch that. I didn't read that subtitle in the second was on screen. I need to, like, focus on the anime for a second, you know, and it's hard to do that whilst, online, you know, you'd lose, in other words. But yeah, still playing Blueprint, still at the mercy of RNG to get the last Sanctum key. I think, though, I figured out, maybe, I say figured out, I looked up a little bit, and it seems like there was some suggestion online of, like, wait, maybe this last thing isn't all random. Maybe you need a certain room to get this certain item. Maybe you can only get it from this certain room. So I had to go find that certain room, and I looked up where that certain room is and got it, and I just, you know, was sort of thinking then, like, oh, goddamn. I guess I wasted, if it's true that you need that certain room, then I wasted, like, 30, 40 runs just hoping for RNG that doesn't happen. You know, that's impossible to get. Did we finish this super world? Yeah, we did. So we're going into the upload courses then, right? Into the world 9 of Lord Bowser's things. Yes, good, okay. You know, I was just like, Lord Bowser is streaming? Gotcha. It's gonna be hard for him to confirm then. We'll put him in sudden death as per the rules, and let's go. I'll say, like, you know, I kind of feel like the last 40 runs of Blueprints has been wasted, but also I did like 3 more and didn't draft that room, or, you know, I actually need 2 rooms in the perfect run, so, like, bah!
Oh,
This is gonna be a little difficult. Just a little difficult, and mostly, you know, I'll say it's mostly because of my dumbass rules, and also, you know, the need for confirmation. I mean, this is more tries than a lot of people would give, given a viewer who is not, you know, positively present. So, you know, it's a nicety. Anywho, I want to finish that game. Or at the very least, I want to get to the next layer of puzzles. So I'm gonna keep on doing runs, and hopefully now I have everything I need to, like, actually get to the end or get to the next phase. And I don't know. You know, people are really effusive, and it seems like most of that reason is, like, you know, like, past layer 2, past layer 3, you know, there continue being, like, increasingly like hectic or like devilish layers of puzzle to blueprints, and just like, you know, feel like there's also just a lot of like the information is a little lacking. You know, it's hard to know like, okay, well, what's going on there? What do I need to do to get to the next phase? And there's just not tons of like proper information out there. I'm surprised I was able to kill that Goomba without the prawn plant fucking me up. Whatever. Doing pretty well. Fuck. Levels like this, I do find frustrating just because, like, it takes so long for an auto-scroll to scroll. You know, I'll say, like... I have said before that, like, one of my personal biggest problems with, like, Mario games, like, some of the best ones, in fact, is just, like, you know, they can be a little over-reliant on really slow auto-scrollers, you know? I like a minecart. I like a fast auto-scroller that's, like, really difficult, you know? But, like, something like this that's ostensibly easy is like, yeah, it's ostensibly easy, but when you die, it's like a 10-minute setback, you know? It feels like it anyway. If you're wondering, this falls under the category of, like, game pain, by the way. It's mostly just hard because, like... I mean, like, personally right now, my feeling is not just, like, impatience for the sake of, like, well, I'm platforming, and I want to be, like, always on the move. And I don't want to have moments where I just have to put the controller down for a second. It's also because, like, you know, I'm doing things like looking at the queue and going, like, there's 10 people in queue waiting. And, like, this level is gonna, you know, go longer than a lot of those other ones will, you know. That is also part of it, just, like, a factor of, like, stream gotta keep moving. Stream gotta keep moving. It's best pacing if I'm just always moving to new levels, but, you know, at times like this, you just gotta relax and, you know, do it. I don't mind, like, a Kaizo. I don't mind, like, a little bit of demanding gameplay, you know, especially with my rules. It's, you know, we're going to move on to the next level pretty fast if it's not, like, super duper duper forgiving, but, yeah. Some auto-scrollers have a void and the platform gets smaller, and bullet bills are rushing towards you. I don't remember that one in particular, but... Oh, you mean like a platform level. Gotcha. A platform level, I think, is a different construction. You know, like, I think literally... Well, literally two of the levels that were from the world that we identified earlier, talked about earlier, one of them is a platform level and the other one's an auto-scroller, like a fast-paced one. I think platform level is a distinct category from, like, a auto-scroller where the screen is just moving. You know, in a platform level, there's a reason why you can't go forward. There's no ground to jump on. Literally, you cannot physically go forward. But it's different with a, you know. We got through. Perfect. Good. Clean. On 2 lives, even. That's good. Rock Party, you are up. Thank you for level, Bowser. Enjoy your streaming. I gotta get a haircut. Too long. It's time to get a haircut before the next stream. I'm thinking. And then the birthday stream will have a fresh head of hair that is not so long it gets all, sticking out at weird places. You know? I wish it didn't do that, but it does do that, so what the fuck. Do the one above Piper's? Interesting. Okay. Let me do another card. Did you hear about Twitch extending highlight deadline. I'd be surprised if y'all heard about this, but like Twitch extended the highlight deadline. Recently they announced that like, well, one, there's a 100-hour limit for highlights. Two, they were going to delete all VODs that went over that at like some point mid-May or was it mid-May or mid-April, the original deadline? I forget. But three, they didn't give people much time to plan for that. And they have since said like, oh, surprise, we're letting you like go a little further, like into the end of May, towards like late May. And also we sped up the speed of download so that y'all can just, you know, download your highlights locally. I'll say like this did catch me because like I have highlighted a bunch of streams in the past so that I could continue doing Twitch clips from them after they expire so that I could Twitch clip every stream and eventually like turn every stream into you know, short form content ideally. And I'm like so behind on that. I'm like over a year behind on that. I think I got like probably 80 streams minimum to do up like that. And I ended up downloading them all locally, other than like the playthroughs. Hey, Lord Bowser. Your level just came and went, by the way. I finished it. I finished it sudden death style. You're good. Anyway, oh, Rock Party's here, by the way, so perfect. So, I'll say, like, I already went through that whole process. I already downloaded all my levels, all my streams locally. I will re-upload when I want to Twitch clip them, and that'll be a perfectly fine, viable process for going forward. Or I will Twitch clip them before they get too old. Probably not. It's probably just a impossible thing to keep up on. But I just thought that was interesting news. I'm already clear of the 100-hour limit myself, considering that I already went through the process of downloading and deleting everything. But, you know, for those who hadn't, or for those who, like, are just hearing about it, like, hey, you know, it's easier now to download everything. Like, it was like a multi-night process to, like, download everything, 3 things at a time, let it download, okay, get the next ones up. I was doing this while I was watching The Simpsons a few months back. You know, I would watch an episode of Simpsons, and, like, between episodes, I'd be like, okay, well, the download's finished on the last 3, time to start the next 3, okay. And then, Acorn. And then, yeah. You sure you want Hiss is a Nunny? Okay, Hiss is a Nunny, let's go. And the clear rate is well below 1%, so we get bonus heads. Let's go. Yoshi. Yoshi is cool. Let's do it! I have no idea what the... We've not played this one ever, except for like one time, and I think maybe that was even during the lightning round, so... Please excuse me if like, you know, I'm struggling with it, like, game pain-wise, if I seem like I'm in game pain. Yeah! Gotta go far enough to hit that. Cool, good. Then hit the on-off, then... Progress! That's progress. We don't have that many lives. Ah! Oh, shit. I'll say, by the way, the other subscriber incentive, if anyone were to be a subscriber currently, is that subscribers can also do an instant refresh at any point and refresh the lives that we have all the way up to 7. We ran out, though, so... I don't know if there is anyone who is a subscriber at this time who hasn't already spent their thing, and, you know, Rock Party is currently not one, so I think that's all we can do at this time. Maybe we should have tried the People's Shellbow. One day, we will try the People's Shellbow. That's the first time your code has worked on YouTube? Shit, before that, did it always, like, get eaten? That sucks, Corn. Actually, no, it's good because it worked this time. Hell yeah. That's fantastic. We didn't do it. Let me go ahead and hit dismiss. And, yeah. How many cards do I have left right now? We just did the last one. I'll say, by the way, I haven't played Clair Obscur in the last couple days. Like I said, you know, I've been mostly watching television, watching Avatar, Korra, and playing games that are easy to play during that. So, like, Avatar is a bit... I have to change inputs and all, so, you know... I have to change inputs for Avatar, so it's a little bit harder of a thing. There's like 10 levels in queue. Here's what I'm thinking. Let's do a couple more levels. Let's do Lexim. Lexim, you're up, by the way. Go ahead and confirm. Let's do up to M. Faustin. Let's do 3 more levels, and then we'll look to close the queue. How about? How's that sound? How's that sound for a plan? What time is it? It is 8:30, so we've been going around 2.5 hours. Not bad. That sounds about right to me. What was I saying? As far as other games go, I haven't really made that much progress with Clair Obscur. I want to get back to Clair Obscur, but, you know, it's just... I'm kind of bad at it, I think, is the thing that's holding me back. I'm bad at parrying, I'm bad at dodging, and that makes it really difficult to, like, you know, get through fights because you really don't have much health. And you're really relying on just, like, getting good enough about the dodging and stuff to make it through. And especially because parrying also recharges your resources for, like, attacking, so you really want to parry and really want to get, like, a bunch of, like, you know, AP back from that, and then use that to attack with, and that's just something I'm really struggling with that game. Also, I really don't know how to build my characters, and I feel like I'm just sort of, like, winging it, you know? William Shishish, is that it? Is that how that's said? I should zoom in on my activity feed on my screen. The font is so small, it's hard to read. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Let's play this level, and it's in sudden death until such time as Lexim confirms. I got cards left, but I don't have that many of them, so, like, and we have 12 levels, so, you know, maybe should, like, pace ourselves a little bit. I think I got, like, 5? And we gotta do that experiment. We gotta see, you know... You think that was the thing? Seemed pretty fun and doable, though I, you know, wasn't able to do the shell jump on the second try, so... You know, on the first try, so, Interesting mechanism, though, I'll give you that. For sure, for sure. That's a cool thing. I've seen that before, once or twice, but, doesn't stop being cool as hell. Let me hit dismiss. Thank you, thank you. Killer is up. We'll save the cards until after the sudden death. In the meantime, y'all have anything going on? What do y'all want to talk about? I've got some topics, but let's save them. I mean, I could talk about things I talked about on like, Tuesday. That's kind of old news by now. Like, yeah, prices going up on Xbox. That's fucking weird. I'll tell you something two things that I didn't make cards for because, one, I forgot, and two, or didn't really care that much, and two, it just happened right before the stream. One, congratulations to the Overwatch team. Apparently they unionized. Good for them. Killer is here, by the way, so heads, bonus heads, whole 9. Perfect. Ooh, hey, DKC heads. Particularly the Tropical Freeze bonus type heads. The pair that are only in Tropical Freeze as playable characters. Hell yeah. Let's go. That's a very rare set of heads. I don't know we've seen those before in in viewer levels. I don't know, maybe. Killer heads, killer. We could talk about that. I could talk more about like Giant Bomb. I could talk more about that. I don't know. There's a lot of things that I could talk about to like that I didn't necessarily think like, you know, I don't want to repeat myself too much. We kind of covered it at length last time or on Tuesday or on, you know, last week's Friday stream. Like, if we need to buy time, or I say buy time, if I need things to talk about, I can absolutely find them. You know? Congratulations to the Overwatch team. A shame that, I was gonna make a joke about like, oh, well, it's the Overwatch team, but what about the Overwatch 2 team? They're not really making Overwatch 1 anymore, but, I know that's, facetious. That's not, that's in jest. They're not, it's fine, it's good. The Overwatch team is the Overwatch 2 team. I get that. Nice. 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 What else? What else? So yeah, there's that. There's, leaked Xbox handheld. There is, like, rumors that they're looking to do an Xbox branded handheld, but it's not really, like, a proper thing. You know, it's not like, oh, it's Play Series S games or something. You know, it's more like, no, it's a Stream Deck. It's a Steam Deck, but it's branded with Xbox. And made by Lenovo or something, or Asus or whatever. You know, that's just like, that's nothing to me. What the hell? If it doesn't, if it's just a PC, if it's just a Stream Deck with the Xbox brand name, that's literally nothing. That's dead on arrival, and also it's third party, so who fucking cares? It's not a platform in the same way that like a proper Xbox Switch would be. But you know, hey, maybe someday they'll do that. Maybe someday PlayStation will do that. I'm surprised that. Thank you for level, killer. I'm surprised that like we'll do this one and maybe the next. Maybe do 06 Eyes as well. Faustin, go ahead and confirm. I'm surprised that Sony and Microsoft haven't like gotten all in on that and really just like duplicated the Switch yet. Like, I would have expected them to have done that within this generation by now. Like, there's been like, you know, over half a decade, you know, like 8 years since the Switch 1. Enough time to realize like, oh, that's the way forward. And to realize like, we should get one. I also feel like no matter what the offering is, like I already have a Switch, I'm getting at least one Switch 2. I'm not going to, you know, need a PlayStation version of that. No, no, nor an Xbox version of that. Though it would be convenient to play Game Pass games on a Game Pass Switch. That would make, like, Clair Obscur and Blueprints, like, 1,000 times more, like, playable in my free time, you know? Like, I don't have to change the TV. I don't have to switch inputs. I just pop out a thing and go like, yeah, here we go. Clair Obscur, let's go, woo woo, you know, that's the future. You know, that's the dream. I don't see M. Faustin, but let's enter in this code and do the thing. Definitely wondering when it's going to be time to close. Second after this one. I'll also say, as far as Microsoft goes, I feel like there's been some very interesting conversations over the last week as far as just like, you know, what Microsoft wants going forward. And I think I said, like, in previous weeks, like, Microsoft, even if they're like third place in the console market, third place isn't bad when you're talking about 30% of every purchase made on the third place platform, but they're actually kind of looking to blow that up. They're actually kind of looking and rooting for, you know, Apple losing that court case where they said, like, oh, you can't forbid third-party payment processing that circumvents your 30% cut. And if that becomes true, well, like, okay, Game Pass on phone is suddenly a thing. And not just that, like, Microsoft can now say, like, okay, we're doing a Microsoft marketplace now. And I think that's kind of the direction that they're looking to go, right? Like, they look at the Xbox and they go like, oh, this seems like a lot of work for just, like, having, you know, a marketplace, and that's the thing that we really make money on. What if we just made a really good marketplace and it was on PC or Switch 2 or PlayStation 5? That's what they want. They want to, like, do, like, okay, 20% of every Switch 2 game, let's go, and try to, like, edge out Nintendo, you know? Do that sort of deal. And I think that's interesting as a plan. I'm not sure, like, you know, obviously it's worth noting that they already failed to penetrate on Steam on PC. You know, they didn't exactly become like an Epic Store situation there. Instead, they just sort of, you know, exist as a place to get Game Pass games, and that's it. Like, you'll get your Game Pass games from Xbox, PC, but other than that, like, who's buying Xbox PC games? No one. It's interesting times out there. There's, like, stuff going on, and, like, you know, all excited for the future. I would like to turn on-off these on-off things. I'll take a key. Oh,
no.
M. Faustin has not confirmed yet, so we should put it into sudden death. Wait.
No.
I was looking away to do the popping thing, so I won't count that. I'll recover from that. But that one's gotta be it. M. Faustin, I'm giving you a second more to appear.
No.
Ah. Water's good. I don't see M. Faustin, so let's mosey. Let's get it going. I'm gonna hit dismiss, and tell you what, we'll do one more before the lightning round. We'll do 06 Eyes level, or before closing the queue, before last call for levels. Let me go ahead and 06i is here, so here we go. Let's randomize that and punch in the code that we've seen many time. L2G. Ooh. Excellent. Let's find the one. I'm stopping the randomize. Ooh, we got another set of DKC heads. What are the odds? Low, I'll assure you. There's you know, I've said before, but for every Mario head, there's like 5 copies of them, and for every non-Mario head, there's one copy of each. But, you know... 6-6, right, it's the ones that we were, having trouble with earlier on account of the Express Pass. Excellent, we will finish off this world then. I mean, I say that, I don't know. We'll see what we can do. I am feeling much better in the eye department now. I am not feeling like rubbing at all. You know, I don't have that itch right now. To rub. No, sir. I will not rub. I took a you know... It's the right thing to do. Multiple reasons. There's a time for rubbing, and there's a time for not rubbing. This is the time for not rubbing. There's no time for rubbing your eye. There's no time for rubbing your eye. To be clear, I'm just, you know, doing a euphemism. An entendre. Badly. It's not a good entendre if it doesn't work both ways. It has to work both ways to qualify as an entendre. I like these skull platforms. They're neat. I'm always in levels like this, just wanting them to move faster, you know? Just, like, keep me on my feet. Keep me... Just... Keep me moving, you know? It's all good. It's all good. I think it's cool how there's, like, skull things dropping on us. I think this level is good. I'm struggling with it, but mostly just because I don't know what to talk about. I could say what I see. Skull. Fish. Checkpoint. Lives refresh. Pipe. SDB. Tanuki. Crusher. Spike. Crusher. Doing really good. That was so clean. Skull. Boss fight. Well, we only have so much ground to fight this boss with. That's a fun design. It's a fun design for a boss. Let's go. Come on. What if I just, like, hang out here? Well, and don't get hit. Ugh. Little tired. Been, not sleeping especially good. You know, I feel like I need to sleep more. But also, you know, sometimes it's, real late and I just say, you know what, I'd like to watch I want to watch more Avatar: The Last Airbender tonight. Instead of going to bed at a reasonable time. And that's fine. That's, you know, a choice I am making. I'll also say I've had a good amount of naps, like multiple times in the last few weeks, like Thursday after work, I've just been like, okay, well, it's 5 p.m. I'm just gonna go right to bed and wake up at like 7:30 and be like, oh hell, you know, and then after just be like, well, what time do I go to sleep now? Do I go to sleep at like 3 a.m.? Or do I just, like, take the amount of sleep that I got? Do I go back now? I got a key, right? gotta... Oh, I need to, like, hijack his, ride. I didn't realize that was the goal. Dang it. Should have had it there. Anyway, still a bit tired. I really should try to get things to a normal schedule, but I don't know. Kinda feels good to take a nap, like... I mean, I'll say, like, I'm able to get up in the morning. Like, if I need to go into an office, I will go into the office and I'll just crash, like, after work. You know? And I can crash early enough where I get enough of a nap before a stream on a Tuesday, if I'm doing a Tuesday stream, right? Like, that's kind of where I'm at. Just like, okay, well, so long as I can. I'm so used to just always getting a key out of those guys. When I heard the sound, I thought that was key sound, and not like the sound of their rods, like, you know, flying off. That was the sound of the rod, not the sound of the key. There was no key this time. Nice, good. Fun boss. Go ahead and hit complete. Get you taken care of. Axel, go ahead and confirm whenever you like. Because... Axel, you can confirm whenever you like. Oh, you are here. Perfect. But, I'll say, it will be in a minute because, folks, it is time for last call for levels. I am going to play a number of my own levels, during which time I will give you all the chance to submit some of your own. In particular, tonight, I think I will play 2 levels that Lord Bowser was saying that he was having trouble with. I'd like to show them and sort of talk about thoughts on that and the struggles people might be having. As well as just, you know, show you how it's done and get them, you know, cleared in like one try. I'll say these levels are both like auto-scrollers or platform levels. And, you know, it's obvious to me how they can be difficult, but also just like, you know, I'll say there is... I do think this level is very doable. It's just, and clearly, like 06I was saying that he one-shotted it. It's not, you just need a little bit of patience. This level is Grave Gauntlet. It's a, auto-scroller that's really fast-paced, where you, deal with blue platforms and things of that nature, and at the halfway, it sort of turns on its head and gets a little bit evil. And it's upside down, basically. And by turning upside down, even the most basic platforming becomes a little bit difficult, you know, like, oh, jumping on these buzzy beetles rather than the other ones. Jumping over that spiny. At this point, you start having to do some leaps of faith where you jump over from one thing to another. You know, starts getting difficult. Jump over those flame bars and just, you know, assume that by the time you're over there, it gets switched off. I built in some real evil bullshit here, including this bit where you literally platform off the screen. I'll say, though, it is important not to rush too much, to always, like, know where you're going to be jumping, where you're going to be landing. Like here, if you can jump off the blue plat, you can get over the spiny. These guys, it's very easy to deal with all these, like, guys in a row if you just, like, keep track of yourself and, like, dispatch all the motherfuckers instantly. Like that. It's a level where things are moving fast and, like, you really have no chance to, like, stop. But also, don't want to rush, like, too much, you know? It is... You know, Mario can, like, get to the very edge of the screen if you will let him. You know, if you don't, like, stop for a second, and I guess maybe I've just gotten the knack of, like, just... You know, like, I stop a little bit, like, seconds at a time. Like, fractions of seconds at a time, and that keeps me in the middle. But, like, I'll say, like, you know, what I was saying earlier is that I was watching Lord Bowser play through my Super World. When he was playing this level, he was struggling a lot. I'm just like, you know, with the auto-scroll in the second half especially. Going too fast, getting sloppy, and, you know, struggling a lot. And I do think about, like, is there anything I could do with the design without mitigating the fact that it's an evil level that's kind of, like, delightfully devilish, you know? And I think that, like, no, it has to be pretty devilish. I think that the tricks that it throws at you are good. I think we have 5 cards left. Yeah, I count, like, 5, maybe 6. And we still have to do that test. We have to do that experiment from before. The other one, which is actually kind of similar, kind of on the same page as Unmoored Minds 4, is Bonus Biome 1, Sunburned Sanctuary, which is a platform, which at least in the second half becomes a platform level with some difficult stuff. And I will say, this might be one where just like, you know, I know the way to deal with these dudes. So for me, it's not a terrible challenge. Like, for instance, the best way to deal with these guys is to jump into them and stab their tops, and that basically kills most of them all in one go. But I'll say, if you're trying to, like, stab them from below, it's a little more difficult. And, I will say that's kind of what I was seeing Bowser doing. And, you know, that sort of thing is just very difficult to test, you know, very difficult to account for. And then I'll say, like, I think that, you know, I don't mean that as, like, shade to Bowser. I mean, like, when anyone plays a level, how they play it and how you play it is different. And sometimes it's hard to consider, like, okay, like, how is someone going to do this versus, like, how you would do it. You know, like, most people will figure out, like, okay, I throw that into there and then I can ride the thing. But, like, where I would, like, jump and spike hat and stab to take care of these guys, maybe someone else would just be like, okay, I'm just gonna stay low. And then these guys, oh my god, you know, it's a big threat. Whereas I have the knack of, like, stabbing into them. And, you wanna go for center mass. You know, that's my advice. It is, I think, hard to, you know, how the hell can you, like, advise the player in how best to approach a jump? You really can't. The best you can do is, like, lay down some coins that give a hint, and, like, hope for the best. And I'll say in this level, if you lose... One of the things that's difficult about this level in particular is just an issue with Link in general, which is like, yeah, if you lose Link, you're fucked. Which is why it's important that you have a spike hat. And perhaps, you know, I don't know, maybe it was ill-guided to, god damn it, put the second spike, the spike hat in the second half in a secret area. But, like, I do think it's cool. Let's do the low solution now. See, like, how feasible that is. It does mean that you can't stab some of those guys. You have to stab some of those guys because you can't get on top of them without dealing with the higher up ones. It was only a very recent change to this level to add the second spike helmet to the second half. I feel like that's really essential. I mean, like, can you imagine doing this second part without even a spike hat? Hell, if you didn't find the original spike hat, you would not even have one for this whole second half of the level, which is kind of bad. I also added a way to get above that final spike guy in the final revision, but admittedly, when you're seeing him for the first time, it's not something maybe you can react on the moment. You know, you just gotta know. You just gotta know, like, okay. You know, you've seen it, you know what to do. But if you haven't seen it, you don't know what to do. I struggle sometimes with, like, putting my levels in front of people and watching them play because, you know, I hear people playing it and then say, like, yeah, it's good. I first tried it. I did it. I liked it. This is solid. You know, that makes me feel good. But then, you know, I see someone physically playing and, like, they're frustrating. They're like, struggling. It's like, oh, what could I have done better? You know, that thought just goes through my head. And also, like, I can't be revising every level every time someone struggles with it. That's just not, you know, it's done. You know, it's all done. This level's had its revision. You know, the levels that need revisions have had them. And, you know, they are what they are. If there was a revision to Grave Gauntlet, what would it be? I mean, I could see, like, taking the blue platform in the second half, where you jump from the blue over a spiny. I could see, like, turning that into something that doesn't fall. You know, making it so that you don't just have to jump immediately over the spiny from there, or lose the opportunity to do that. Maybe that's a little bit mean, but, like, it is what it is. That'd be, like, the one change I would consider making, and I mean, I think I already made the final revisions of the Super World. Haven't made the trailer yet, need to, but I kind of feel on some level a lot of the things I've been doing have sort of been procrastinating from that, you know. As I, like, work on the Twitch clip stuff, as I work on, like, writing backlog reviews, a thought in my head is like, yeah, I'm doing this. I probably should be doing the trailer for the Super World and get that all, you know, locked down. It's been out for, like, a month now, and still no trailer. Trailer's a bit of work, it turns out. And to do work takes energy. And to do energy, I mean, it means I need to not be very, 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 very tired. And that's you know, I'm often very, very tired, you see, is the problem. It's happens. There we go. There's 2 levels that Lord Bowser struggled with. Let's I think that's last call for you. Let's go ahead and close the queue and last call. Excellent. Axel is up. Axel has confirmed and even complimented the last level that the levels that I was showing. Very good. I'm happy you liked them. Also, I did the stream where I played through the Super World all at once, so, like, you know, if I did further revisions, what, would I have to redo that? That'd be silly. Nah, it's done. It's fixed in place. What was the clear rate on that one? I didn't see. It's not that bad, right? Unless you tell me it's like 1%. I'm gonna assume it's like 20% and just go with the 5 lives. A little bit difficult, but not, like, hellishly so. This is, like, moderately difficult. Very good, let's do it. Also, we can take our time a little bit and deal with, if we can deal with these fish with our fireballs, we can, clear the way. Ooh. I wonder if I could just rush it. No, I feel like if I rush it, the invulnerability is just going to expire real fast. Well, let's try it. And then I'm gonna run into guys. Not an ideal solution. Hey, that worked! Never mind. It was a good solution. Now I just have to dodge for a bit and... Yes! I thought I got hit, but he died before I lost the fire flower, so Victory. Sometimes rushing works. Sometimes rushing works. Sometimes. Very sometimes, to be clear. Let me hit complete and say thank you, Axel. That was quality. That was great. As Huriani. I don't know how exactly to pronounce that, but as Huriel Ani, go ahead and confirm. I've seen Azuriel in chat for a bit. That sounds like the name of some sort of demon, like some sort of like angel, like in Diablo or something. That's the impressions I get of the name. No offense. I don't know. I just never heard of the name. Gives like that sort of vibes. I don't know. Go ahead and confirm. I'll also say I have some cards left. And you know, I got cards left. Let me just pop one real fast and we'll talk about that whilst giving Azhuriel a minute. Do websites crash on y'all's phone too? I was wondering this. You know, a lot of websites, big websites, small websites, etc., medium-sized, niche publications, they are so shitty and ad-ridden these days that they will literally, like, I don't know how you made it so desaturated, the thumbnail. That's interesting to me. Don't rub! Don't rub! No rubbing. No rubbing. No touching. I don't know how you did that. That's interesting. No rubbing. No rubbing. I want to know, like, hey, this isn't me that happens to, right? Like, it just happens all the time with, like, your IGNs and your, like, fandom wikis and all sorts of bad, poorly done bullshit that's just there to serve you, like, tons and tons of ads. And it probably, like, benefits them because, like, when it refreshes, it's another ad impression, probably. So it's probably, like, you know, they probably don't even mind that it crashes on, you know, phones that are as new as, like, an iPhone 14, you know? This is, in the last few years, this is still a relatively recent thing. Hello, Loggy Trail. Are you in there, Loggy Trail? Loggy Trail, the queue closed just a minute ago, but if you want to get in, let me know and I'll open it for you. I don't think I see you in the queue currently, Loggy Trail, but let me know if you want to get in, is the situation. Anyway, you know, last week we sort of talked a bit about, like, how fandom sucks and their wikis suck, and it's a shame that, like, good websites are more and more being shuttered to be replaced by, like, soulless husks. You know, Giant Bomb being an example of that, Polygon being another example of that. Yeah, you're not in currently, Loggy Trail. I just had a look, but let me know. I can absolutely open it for you. Here you go. Here you go. Just for Loggy Trail, to be clear. The internet is kind of a shit show right now, I feel like, is the long and short of this sort of conversation, you know? What websites still exist are shitty things that break at every opportunity, and whoever makes them, I guess, just doesn't give a shit. And I don't know what to make of that. You know, I don't know what to make of it, of, like, you know, you're scrolling IGN trying to figure out, like, okay, how do I do the thing in Star Fox Adventures? And it just, like, crashes on you, like, what the fuck? What am I to do? Thank you, Loggy Trail. I'm gonna go ahead and shut that back down. Thank you, thank you. It's a shit. Fuck. I'll type that back in. it's a shitty place it's a shitty thing out there. And I guess with like websites like that, I can see why YouTube and Facebook and like Blue Sky and things like that sort of dominate the space, you know, sort of become like the official thing, you know, everyone congregates through Reddit, Facebook, Discord, like a handful of actual genuine central sites that are like not ad-ridden terribly, not broken to the point of just being hideous, you know, not fandom fucker, not like fandom bad, you know. You can see why everyone congregates there, because the rest of the internet sort of turned to shit, and you know, in order to like make do on what fraction of traffic they get these days, I do wonder like what amount of that is like a cause and effect, right? Whereas it's like, okay, well, they fell from grace, so they loaded themselves full of ads, which puts them further and further away from righteousness. You know, it's a vicious strife. It's a vicious. I was about to say a vicious strife, a vicious cycle. Word association there, like Cloud Strike, I guess. I don't know. I don't know about NeoCities. I remember that being a thing like 20 years ago. Is this still trucking? Do people still make NeoCities? Or GeoCities or whatever? Which one? NeoCities. NeoWeb? Huh. I don't know. You know, you'd think we'd be living in the age of the best internet there's ever been out there, but we're not, and it's sad. Is this a... I already got the red coins, so how could this be like a... Is this like just choose our... Wait. Is there like some sort of code here? Like we're supposed to pick the right one? I really don't understand. This is a ghost house. This is a ghost house. I don't know what's going on, but I am just struggling through. Got a key. I mean, it's not hard. It's not hard, to be clear. Like, these puzzles basically solve themselves. You know, it's just basically just go the next place that you can go. I'm just saying that, like, I'm often unsure where exactly to go. GeoCities was the old one, NeoCities was the revival. Huh. Go figure. I never had that much of a affection for GeoCities, so I can't really speak to it. You know, it's cool and all, but like, wasn't where I hung out. You know, I was all about forums, you know, that Envision-free. Do people still use Envision-free sites? Is Envision still a thing? I have no idea if Envision is still a thing, even. I mean, if I had to guess, I would guess, like, Envision... Geez, like, there's a name that people haven't heard in some time, maybe. Envision. They made free forum software, and people could do, like, free forums. Free like, forums that, were, like, limited in some way, and you could pay money to make it a better forum. If you wanted. Oh, cool Phase 1, Phase 2 setup. Very, snazzy. What about Angel Fire? Oh, that's a name that, like, yeah, they upload stuff. I wasn't really a big, like, Was Angel Fire a upload site, or was it a torrent site? I forget. When I hear the name, I think of, like, damn it. Tell me there was a checkpoint right before the Bowser fight. Yes, there was. Okay, cool. I think about like a photo bucket and things like that. Photo bucket was originally the best way to get an image onto the internet. We would all have photo bucket accounts, and it wasn't like a social thing neither. I wonder if kids wouldn't be able to understand, like, what do you mean it wasn't a social thing? Like, no, you just sort of uploaded your photos there, and then you posted them to forums directly from photo buckets if you want people to see them. And, you know, they would just stay there. It wasn't like a it wasn't like your Instagram, right? It wasn't like a social network thing. It was just like, hey, here's the thing. Yeah, I think it was just, yeah, Angel Fire was just like general uploads. Oh, I see. I was supposed to like shoot through the things. Well, I ran out of my 2 tries, and as Hurion did not confirm during that time, so we have to call it there. Cool level, though. Very cool level, let me say. Let me hit dismiss and do the thing. Chippendale is up next. Chippendale, please confirm. Here's another card. The worst part about Imager for you is the social part. You want to upload an image? I didn't know Imager had a social component. You know, I guess when I think of things like Tenor, I think of that mainly as like an image upload site. But with the added thing of like, okay, everything you upload to Tenor is like searchable and everyone searches through it. Yeah, I thought Imager was just sharing images as well. But I don't like use it that often, you know. I just upload things directly to Discord or Twitter or whatever website I'm sharing it on in the first place. I guess like Reddit is the last holdout as far as like, yeah, you wanna upload a photo gallery? No, you don't. You upload it to our sister site, and then you link that. That's funny that they're still like that, but you know, I think it's charming, honestly. Chippendale, here's a card. Have y'all modded any consoles? Thinking about that because the other day I ordered a this thing, a flippy drive, which is basically an SD card reader that goes inside a GameCube and sort of just like, it has like its cable, right? And it sort of like slips in halfway between the cable for like the motherboard and the cable for going up to the disk drive. So it just sort of inserts itself as an in-between, meaning that you can still use it. You can still use the disk drive, and also you don't need to solder, and also that sounds really great, and it was only 60 bucks, so I just said like, oh man, I gotta get this, and I've ordered it, and I'm really excited for it to show up in like August or September, so, you know, that should be pretty cool. There's even a mobile app that's very reminiscent of TikTok or something. Weird. I feel like I have seen like a Imager feed by accident sometime. It's a pre-order. It's not out yet. It's coming out in August. It's not shipping. It's not a shipping issue. It's just that it hasn't like been finalized. It hasn't like fully come out yet. They're like working on it. But it's expected to ship in August. And I'm really excited for this thing, you know? It's the first time I have ever, like, done any sort of modding thing to a system. And, like, honestly, I don't have that many plans for it, considering, like, oh, I really, you know, what can I do with a modded GameCube that can take any game that I want? I guess I could play randomizers on the actual machine. I guess I could play games that I lost, you know, assuming I was able to find them and back them up, you know. And I could do that already by paying money and getting a used copy, you know, legally, on the up and up. I could do some stuff, and I think I will do some stuff. And that'll be great, you know, legal copies of all the games that I own. Yes, absolutely. That'll save me some time. and I've been thinking a lot about, like, how nice that'll be. And also, I'll say, like, this thing in particular is pretty nice because it comes with a UI that is, like, you know, very GameCube-esque. Looks like it's, you know, the disc loader makes it look like it's what it would look like if Nintendo had made it, which is a pretty cool way of doing it, I think. I'm really excited to get my hands on that in a couple months. And I'm very curious. I've been thinking about another thing, which is like getting like a PlayStation 2, but with a hard drive attached. A Magic PlayStation. Let's just call it a Magic PlayStation that can play any game that was made for the system, practically. I've been really thinking about getting one of those and, you know, going and playing like a bunch of games that I've never played before. But I kind of want to wait until I get the GameCube one. And I kind of also want to wait until there's a little less going on as far as, like, other streams and, like, you know, other stuff. You know what I mean? It's kind of a busy time right now, I guess is what I'm driving at. Kind of a busy time. I don't see Chip and Dale. So, yeah. Thoughts on Switch 2? I got a card for that. Don't you all worry. Let's hold off on that. I feel like I've already spoiled that conversation well enough. You know, my thought is that damn it. Okay, I'm just gonna assume that if I do it, I'm boned. Dang it, same one. Let's actually check. Let's see. Man, this is... I don't know how you would do this in one try. I mean, in some cases, clearly, you could do, like, a long jump rather than the kind of jump that I did. You do some fancy wall jump business. A lot of technique here that I am, just not doing. And clearly it's too late for me. You know, it's too late for this. Yeah, clearly you'd have to get up there while it's ducking and you can't do that, so there you go. There's the reality there. I don't see Chip and Dale, so let me hit dismiss. Squink! Squink, go ahead and confirm. Squink, squink, squink. Squink, you're here, right? You're usually on the ball. Usually on the ball here. Let me go ahead and put you into chat. Put your name in the chat so you can see. And, I'll do another card. I actually don't have that much to say about modded consoles, I guess. Lots of big streams next week. That's right. Let's talk about that for a second. So I've said earlier, but, like, next week is my birthday. Next week on the 17th, the Saturday. So, like, you know, after taking Tuesday off, which I will be doing on account of, I finished the playthrough of Star Fox Adventures last week. So this week, I'll be taking a break on Tuesday. But then on Thursday, Doom, The Dark Ages is coming out, and I'm going to check that out Thursday. And that's going to be the Thursday night stream. And I'm pretty excited by that. I'm pretty excited for, well... I always like those Game Pass streams, which, by the way, I'll say it's going to be a Game Pass stream. It's going to be me playing a bunch of Game Pass games, not just Doom the Dark Ages. I'm going to try that. I'm going to try the Patrick Star game. I'm probably going to bounce around and play, like, I don't know. Let's try to play, like, 5 to 10 different Game Pass games over the course of that stream. That is always a fun time, and you look for that on Thursday. Friday, the next day, I'm gonna do another stream. It's gonna be one of these streams, but it's gonna be all lightning round, considering that it's squeezed between two, you know, streams on the stream on Thursday, which is probably gonna go kind of long, and an all-day stream on Saturday for the birthday proper, which is probably gonna go long as well. Birthday stream, Mario Galaxy 1 and 2, switching games every 5 lives. It's a good gimmick that always has worked and has always been a bit of fun. I am curious if, like, either of those games is going to be too easy to, like, really make use of that at first. You know, maybe we might get through the first world or two of both games before, like, 5 lives starts being relevant. But I bet pretty soon we'll start, like, switching back and forth more rapidly and, you know, more invariably. And I think that'll be fun. I think that'll be good. And also, there'll be some sub-goals for that. So, it'll be a good time. That's, like, gonna be the biggest stream that we have on this channel for, like, you know, the next while now, I guess. Then, you know, since I'm doing LASIK the week after, I'll say that, like, the next week will be the last stream before LASIK, which is Mario Builder 64, which is a mod thing that lets you take levels. It basically lets you make your own Mario 64 levels and then play others ones that people have uploaded. And I'll say, by the way, I have looked into, like, how that works, and I did find out that you have to download them, put them in a folder, and restart the thing to get them to appear. So, like, I'm not 100% sure, like, how viewer levels could work there. You know, it's not as simple as matter as, like, enter a code and then do a thing. It's more like hit a link, download a thing, put it into a folder, restart the thing. You know, that's a little bit more cumbersome, but, like, I'll say I have went and downloaded 100 levels. So, like, if like, no one has any of their own, I'll say, like, I am well equipped to, like, you know, go through a smattering of, like, let's try this one out. Let's try that one out. You know, and I think that should be pretty fun. That'll be the Tuesday before LASIK. I'll be back after LASIK with more viewer levels after, like, a week's time. Hey, there's Squink, fantastic. And then, like, right after that, man, the Nintendo Switch 2 is gonna come out, and that's gonna be the next big stream, like, that I have my eyes on, you know. That's gonna be another a span of, like, 3 streams in 3 days, which is, I don't like doing as much. I can do 2 streams in a row on my head, but 3 streams in a row, 3 days running, it's a little bit much. I like to put a day or two between each stream and really just relax and, like, you know, do other such things. So yeah, all that's coming up. All that's exciting. All that's cool. Ooh. Let me get the heads up to full, and let me check the clear rate here. It is well above 1%, so we get 5 lives. Let's do it. It is a Sonic-themed level. Interesting. I think, like, you've been doing a lot of Zelda levels recently. That's what I've seen most from you, Squink. Ah! We can do this. Just go fast. Whoa! I throws are real. I didn't know that he just came out of his shell that fast. Thought that, that was a lucky break that I completely failed to take advantage of. But, all is well and good. We're, good now. How are you? Checkpoint. Okay, here we go. Here's the level, the Sonic level. We have to go fast because we're blinking from damage, and if we don't go fast, we will die from the damage when the blink runs out. Wait, did it bounce me into the thing? I want to just try and see, like, if I just run, is it? No, it's not automatic, but the POW did just, the POW was automatic, and I don't know how to account for that. Whew, that's our 5th life. Damn, that went real damn fast. Cool level. Wish I could have seen more of it, but you know, hey, the lightning round is what it is. Sad. That level seems like it would be cool to see a lot more. If we can, I'll say what I should say during any stream, which is that just because I cannot beat a level doesn't mean you can't submit it again. You know, if the queue were open, it would tonight or you know another night when the queue is open. Let's say, for example, it is not wasted. It's just something that keeps the keeps us moving. You know, keeps us going. Thank you for the level, Squink. Corn. Corn is up next. Corn, go ahead and confirm. Corn, go ahead and confirm. Let me go ahead and put next into chat. That's a salute. Thank you, Squink, for the salute. Getting ready for LASIK. I am currently getting ready for the LASIK. You know, feel like that's been a through line of the whole stream at this point, but I have like most of the things I need to buy for that, which honestly does amount to like a pretty penny. Like, not the medication was all like covered by insurance and all that, but like this compression mask for like you know, doing like hot compression on the eye, that wasn't included. I had to buy that. I had to buy like a humidifier, as well as some amount of like over-the-counter medications and things of that nature, which you know, add up a bit, but it's fine. You know, it's honestly a small part of the charge, considering that like, yeah, it's like kind of expensive to get your eyes lasered and stuff, just in general. But what are you gonna do? I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. I'm getting mentally prepared, I guess. And like, you know, once the birthday stream is done, like it'll just be the Mario Builder stream to go until like, yeah, you know, I'm just gonna like relax and prepare at the end of every night and like make sure I have a cashier's check, make sure I have like sunglasses and anything else that I need to have ready for the thing. You know, I gotta finish preparing, I guess. I made a whole checklist on my phone and got most of it like checked off now, which is nice. And I did try the hot compression. I found with the instructions they gave, it was a little bit not hot enough. One thing that I like to do sometimes in the bath, not to get too personal, but I sometimes like to submerge the top of my head and just let the hot water like rest on my eyeballs, on my eyelids. And I feel like that's kind of comparable to this in a lot of ways, except this isn't as hot. You know, this isn't as like refreshing, I guess. I'm gonna continue like dialing up the power of the microwave. You know, they say like only use 800 volts, and that'd be like 50%, but I've been doing it with 60%, and I'm thinking I should knock it up to 80% and just like see how that feels. See if that's like relaxing and whatnot. It's cool. A lot of stuff to think about with that, you know. It's gonna be different, and like any shorts, any Twitch clip that is from before that is gonna be like so obviously from before that, because you'll be able to tell, because I will be wearing glasses in the thing anytime before like May 22nd. You know, anything from before that is like before LASIK. Anything where I'm not wearing glasses is after LASIK. It's gonna be pretty goddamn obvious, and like hope y'all don't mind realizing like it being more clear, like, oh yeah, no, the YouTube shorts are sourced from like years of content, of like long form content, so like they could really be pulled from any time in the last 3 years, and usually from the last year or so. But like, you know, year and a half maybe. All that to say is that it's coming up. It's pretty imminent. I am excited. Let's fucking go. As far as like what I'm looking forward to, like after I get the LASIK, I'm looking forward to being able to do like certain things without ever being inconvenienced. You know, like when I go to the water park, it's not going to be a big deal anymore. When I go to a regular park that has like weird policies on glasses, you know, some parks that I went to in Japan were like, okay, take off your glasses, put it into the locker, and it's like, oh man, I can't see on this ride now. Everything's just a blur. Great, fucking great. You know. I'm looking forward to that never being an issue again. I'm looking forward to the beach. I'm looking forward to the hot spring. You know, not that I couldn't bring my glasses to the beach, not that I couldn't bring my glasses to the hot spring, but it's like, you know, as a kid, every time I went to the beach, I would leave them at the like beach house that we were staying at. You know, I would leave them at the accommodations, whether that be a beach house or a hotel or whatever the fuck. You know, maybe as an adult, it's like, okay, well, going boogie boarding is not the priority this time. You know, it's no longer that. That's no longer like what I am doing at the beach, so I might as well just wear my glasses and be able to see things. And bring my wallet and things that, you know, can't go into the ocean. Because I might not go into the ocean, or at the very least, I'm fine leaving a plastic bag of stuff behind. Of wallet stuff, you know? Of essentials. Hell, I might even bring my phone. We've played all these levels, Corn. So, what are we to do? Have we beaten all these levels? It looks like. I don't see anything we haven't beaten. It's an exciting thing. I'm looking forward to just, you know... It's gonna be weird, I think, on some level, right? Like, I have had these particular glasses for a while. I'm used to how they make my face look. It's gonna be a lot more convenient, to be sure, to be clear. But, like, let's just do the first level. Do 1-1. And also, I don't see Corn, so sudden death. Shouldn't be a problem. It's 1-1. I'm excited. You know, this is taking a lot of planning and a lot of effort, and I've said before that, like, I kind of always want there to be something in my life that takes a lot of planning and a lot of effort. You know, I'm sort of the kind of person that's always... In the last couple of years especially, it's like, man, if I come into a stream and I don't have something that I'm working on to talk about, you know, something that I'm thinking about, I don't know, I feel like it'd be a boring... I feel like it would just be like... evidence that things are boring, I don't know. It would just feel like a rut manifest. And, I'm happy to always have something going on. Something to shoot for, something to plan for. A trip, a vacation, a new item, a surgery. I just like it. Thank you, Corn. I'm hitting complete. Rock Party is up next. You go ahead and confirm. You were here like before the last level, right? You were talking about Ray-Bans or about wipes. Actually, it's been a bit since you chatted, Rock Party, but go ahead and confirm. Let me put in chat as you do. Oh, Rock Party said here right before the bots did the message. That happens. If you want to specify another level, go ahead. Now is the time. I'll say one more card. The second to last card here. Looking forward to ordering a GameCube controller soonish. That was, this has been a thing that people have been looking forward to. The opportunity to pre-order a controller. And, like, invites went out. I did get an invite, but to buy a GameCube controller from the Nintendo shop right now, you need to also buy the bundle. And like, you know, and there's, by the way, what it looks like when you see it on the site, the GameCube controller for Nintendo Switch 2. Can you play this on Nintendo Switch 1? I wouldn't be surprised if you could, honestly. Why not? But, for, like, games that are compatible with GameCube controllers, you know? But, you need to order a Switch 2 with it, which, I already got 2 Switch 2s, like, locked down. So, like, yeah, I can't do a third. So, I'm waiting. I'm waiting until, you know, I think, what's it, May 13th or something? Like, in a couple more days, like Tuesday or something? I think Tuesday or something, they're, like, going live. Tuesday, Monday, one of those days. They're going live for pre-orders then, so for everyone, without even a Switch 2 pre-order, which I want to get in on that. I want to just, I want to get in on that. I want to get one. I'm excited about the GameCube. It's kind of a shame I won't have one at launch, really, honestly, but whatever, you know, I'll have a regular Switch 2 Pro controller, and that's probably fine for now. Shit. Good first run, though, I'm gonna say. I say good first run as if that's especially good. It's not especially good, but, you know, it's not... It could be worse. Is the hissy referring to bombs? Probably, right? Bombs hiss, you know. What the fuck? You gotta jump on that as it's falling? Don't rub. Don't rub. Don't rub. I was so thrown by that. I did a short jump rather than a big jump. Ugh. This one's a lot more difficult than the other one, gotta say. Maybe eventually we'll get the hang of this one and we'll be getting it to the checkpoints every time and it'll just be like, oh man, remember when this first jump was giving me the business every time? Now I reliably get to the end. That's not tonight though. Tonight though, pain. Tonight though, no success. No victory. I am hitting dismiss. And, Shy Bandit is up next in the YouTube. You can tell because there's a space in the name. Shy Bandit, go ahead and confirm. Last card. This is, yeah, I'm looking forward to the Switch 2 and other things too. That's like the next, after LASIK, Switch 2 is the next big thing, and I made sure when scheduling the LASIK to make sure, like, okay, well, the Switch 2 is like is more than a week out from LASIK, so I have more than enough time to recover fully and completely by then, because, like, it's gonna be a main event thing then. Shy Bandit, please confirm. And right now, I've been thinking, like, what shirt should I wear to the pre-order thing? I'm probably gonna go, like, early. I'm probably gonna go, like, right after work. You know, get the stream, like, set up at home. You know, like, get OBS running. Get, like, can I get OBS running and then put my computer to sleep for, like, the hours I'll be at the GameStop, like, waiting? I figure I'll get the thing running. Get that all set up and ready to go. Ready just basically to hit go once I get back from the GameStop. But basically, I'll run to the GameStop, get in line, hang out until like 11 p.m., at which point I'll be one of the first ones to get my Switch 2. I'll rush home and just like immediate stream. I'll unbox the thing on stream. I'll set the motherfucker up. It'll be good. It'll be fun. And what shirt should I wear? Here's some options. I got the Glover shirt. Probably not. Glover is a little too niche. I got the classic good-ass Bowser shirt. I love this shirt, but it's a little old. Similarly, this one I've had for like 10 years as well. Kind of has a problem if I were to get home and stream with it, though, because you can see it's sort of chroma keyed out a little too much by the chroma key. So that's a concern with that one. I low-key kind of considering this Superman 64 shirt, which I just think is kind of funny. I've never actually played Superman 64, so like I really don't know how bad it is other than seeing Nan Reichert play it through it once. But I like that playthrough of his so much that I'll have a shirt. Probably not the Superman 64 shirt. Pikmin. Twilight Princess. Not the biggest Twilight Princess fan myself, but this shirt is, like, phenomenal. Twilight Princess is a great game, to be clear, but it's not like a top 5 Zelda or nothing. Speaking of top 5 Zelda, here's a Majora's Mask shirt. Not bad at all. As far as, like, top tier shirts go, I feel like maybe this one is just the one. The Mario World shirt with the cape and the good colors and the good art. And, ooh, that's hard to beat. I'm not, I kind of feel like I'm torn between, like, well, maybe I should have one that's, like, one of my all-time favorites, which actually does kind of rule out, like, the Yoshi shirt as well, because, like, Yoshi Story, I love Yoshi Story, but I gotta admit also that, like, Yoshi Story is not, like, a top-tier N64 game, It's like, I have a real soft spot for it, and I think it's great, and I like it, but, like, I don't know. I'll say World is, like, I think it's fantastic. I also think that I prefer the DKCs by, like, a country mile. That's just how I was introduced to those games. And I do feel like, maybe I should... I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about which shirts to wear. And maybe overthinking it to a certain degree, as you do. By the way, today I'm wearing a Yoshi Story shirt. A different Yoshi Story shirt. I've gotten multiple Yoshi Story shirts in the last year. I don't know why the Yeti has done multiple Yoshi Story shirts in the last year. Wonder if they're gonna do a Luigi shirt. If they do a Luigi shirt, I will buy it. They need to do a Luigi shirt, for Christ's sake, considering, I bet a Luigi shirt would do really well. Let's just say that. If ever the Yeti has a Luigi shirt, that's not like Mario and Luigi, the shitty brothership game not based on that shitty game, but like based on a good game. Honestly, I would like one that's just Luigi in general. Like I've gotten shirts that just have like Waluigi being a cool dude, Wario and Waluigi in a car, driving all cool. Like, you could just have a general shot of Luigi being cool. You don't need it to be from like Dream Team or some shit. Like, there are wrong answers to that. And, like, I'm kind of done with, like, Luigi's Mansion shirts. So, like, I have enough Luigi's Mansion shirts, so maybe cool it on that. I guess the thing about those is that they're easy to do for, like, Halloween season. This one's an auto, so let's just do it and see what happens. And I am putting us into sudden death on account of Shy Bandit did not confirm. Shrek. It's All-Star, the song All-Star. And, murals of Shrek's environs, home, swamp, etc. It's a great song. All-Star. That's right. Well, don't GG too soon. We're not done yet. We have to go through this pipe. Yeah, that was easy. I'm looking forward to hanging out at the GameStop again, seeing like local people and like chatting for a couple hours, and then I'll come home and chat with y'all on a live stream that night. I think that'll be very fun and a good time, and then I'll do it again the next night, let's say. That's the plan anyway, and I'm excited for that plan to come to fruition. 06i is up next. Excellent. I'm excited for that fan to that plan to come to fruition, to come together and be good. I think I will have to tell these guys, like, when I'm there at the GameStop, like, yo, you know, let me just say I'll be on stream, like, when I get home, so, like, maybe don't, you know, maybe don't expect me to get onto the, Nintendo chat. I imagine that, like, some of these dudes might be like, hey, yeah, we're all probably gonna go home and try out this thing, right? So, like, it would be the natural thing to be like, hey, call me up. Let's do some Mario Kart. Let's do a round. I'm gonna have to be like, disclaimer, live stream. At which point, you know, hey, maybe they'd like to watch. I don't know. It was kind of fun talking to them, like, over the course of the several hours I was there, like, pre-order day, which I didn't really need to be that early, but it was a lot of fun nonetheless. So, no regrets. None at all. I'll be the first one in again. And I think that'll be, rad. That'll be rad. Of course, there's also a lot after that. After I get a Switch 2, the next month we'll have some other big streams, like, there'll be the 4th of July stream. Then I'll go on vacation and see all my, extended family for, like, a whole week. You know, basically, a lot of my family is in the New York area, so they go up to the Jersey Shore once a year. And those of us that are farther away sometimes come and sometimes don't. We Texas folk haven't come, like, as a clan, as a whole group, in like, since pre-pandemic. So that's gonna be really fun. That's gonna be a good week. I will say I'm going to try to stream, Donkey Kong Bonanza during that week, since that comes out during that week. I'm gonna try to stream that from the house. I'm not sure if I'm gonna do that in the morning or in the evening, like launch night or launch morning. But either way, I'll absolutely that'll be the plan. And then like a month later, I'll go to Epic Universe in Orlando, hoping that's going well. I've heard some complaints and some, like, people talking, you know. Let me, get that all, the heads reset. New set of heads. Red Yoshi, very nice. I've heard some people saying they've been having some issues, but, you know, you guys kind of look at it, you know, they've had some issues with, like, ride ops and, like, shutdowns and delays and stuff. So you gotta, like, keep in mind, like, oh, I thought for a second I might be able to just, like, walk over those guys or something. I don't know why I thought I would be able to do that. I don't know how exactly we get up there, but I think that's something. Maybe we get a shoe pretty soon here or something. Or this is an alternate version of the world where you can do things. No, that doesn't. Not quite. This is kind of a day/night level, I guess? Kind of a day/night switching level. Oh, my headphones turned off. Let me turn them back on. Always gotta reset them when this happens. Hang on, turn them off. Turn them on. Here they go. I've heard some people having some trouble with Epic Universe, and I feel like it is worth noting that it is in preview. So, like, not everything's ready to go, and, like, some rides might be closed, and hell, the whole park might be closed. So long as it's not open, they're not promising anything as far as, like, ride availability goes, and you just gotta sort of roll with the punches. Hopefully, once they're all fully open, you know, they sort out all the reliability issues in the next couple weeks here, and, you know, really get things trucking by the time that, like, the general pop, descends upon it. Like, in earnest. I mean, technically, like, we all could right now, like hotel guests, general population. Everyone can get a preview ticket right now, but you know, it comes with an asterisk on it right now. You know, like it might not be available, might have limited capacity, might rides might break. You understand that you're taking a chance if you're like going right now, but it still should be fun. And like I'm super excited to go there. And I'll say like, you know, there's other things in the future I want to do. You know, I've mentioned that I want to get a house next year. I've mentioned that like, oh, you know, I'd like to go to other theme parks in like the around the world. In particular, I've been thinking about like I've been thinking about Cedar Point for a while, but more recently I thought about like, you know, there's like a bunch of parks in like the LA area all close together. Similar kind of to like honestly kind of similar to like Orlando, right? Where it's like, okay, you got like 3 major park chains there that have like 7 let's see, 4 Disney, 7 currently, 8 in once Epic Universe is open. You know, whereas with the other one, it's like, okay, you got Universal, you got a Six Flags, you got Knott's Berry Farm, you got 2 Disneys, so 5. That's a pretty good haul. That's a pretty good. Am I forgetting one? Is there a 6th one as well? Pretty sure 5 is the number of parks in the in that area. Definitely want to go there at some point. I feel like that would be a lot of fun. That's definitely something that's like I'm looking to do one day, and I think would be a lot of fun. I don't know where I'm going now. What am I doing? Oh, I could use these invisible blocks to like get up here. Puzzly? Okay. I think I figured it out. This is really cool. The cool bit right here. Anyway, I'll say like right now on the whole, I'm feeling pretty positive. Feel like there's a lot that I'm looking forward to, you know, between the Switch 2, between like LASIK, between like stuff in my life and you know, places that I'd like to do eventually in time. You know, while I have no trip on quite the scale of, you know, last year's big trips, for instance, on the docket, you know, there's plenty of stuff where I'm looking at it and going like, yeah, I want to do that one day. I want to do that one day. And one day might mean one day soon, you know? I don't know. I'm curious, like, after all the summer trips, if, like, you know, I would even have time, like, later in the year to be like, okay, November? Cedar Point? Is that Raven's Challenge, or Raven's Banshees? What's that tilt coaster that Cedar Point is getting? Is that opening this year? If it's opening this year, I would go. But if it's not, I would hold off. I think would be my my take there. I think I need to return with the POW, which lets me kill the dude. Lets me proceed. Yippee. What's the opposite? Oh yeah, the prompt plants on the other side. Let me refresh my lives. I think I didn't refresh properly earlier. Let me just reset I'm not gonna count this one because I'm just resetting the time. It had gotten down to 200, so it's best to be safe. I said it's best to be safe, and then I just jumped headlong off a cliff without even the slightest attempt to, like, make it to a vine. Also, I can go through the pipe and get this mushroom, which I know must be here. Based on the logic of the level. I could be safer than what I was being. Hello, Jortle. Queue is currently closed, but let me know if you want to get one in. I don't object to new viewers getting one in, even if the queue is closed. Hell, like my current policy is that if someone hasn't been here this stream, they should be good. That's good enough for me, right? Like, you haven't been here, you haven't been here. Let me know though. I can facilitate. Up to you. If you just want to hang out and talk, like, oh, fuck, that's what we're doing. Like, that's exactly the plan. You came to the right place. Anywho, I'll say, like, I'm pretty excited right now, you know. Not just because of Switch, not just because of Switch, but because of, like, trips, because of, like, things. And especially with all this travel coming up, like, over the summer, you know, I'm excited just about, like, you know, it's gonna be great to travel with the Switch, too. Like, shit, man. Gonna be able to, like, looks like the end of the level. When I come through here, it'll be the end here. Yep, perfect. Here you go, Jortle. Go ahead and, submit one. Submit that level, Jortle. Do exclamation point add, and then your level, and that'll get you in. And, you're coming up after this last level. That was a long one. That was a really long one, but a cool one. Nice level. Hit complete. And yeah. Loggy Trail. Loggy Trail, you are up. Go ahead and hit next. And also close that sucker back up. Excellent. Loggy Trail says, oh boy, hell yeah. What else is exciting? Well, like I said, I did order some hardware. I mean, I'll say... one thing that I'm always excited about, like, year in, year out, is always just, like, new stuff, right? And I do worry with, like, the tariff situation that, like, that stuff is gonna slow to a trickle, you know? I do worry that, like, oh, it's gonna be harder to get, like, ooh, hey, it's a Retro Tank. In fact, Retro Tank's is a great example. That's no longer shipping to the US. I got one of the last Retro Tanks they're gonna do, right? Like, oh, you know, modding devices. Like, apparently they're still doing, like, an N64 analog controller. I hope that still comes out on time, because I have that pre-ordered and all. You know, the mod thing that I was talking about. The flippy drive. There's stuff to be excited about. Let's play the level. There's no need to dilly-dally if I'm out of things to talk about anyway. Last two levels, and then we end. Let's go. What time is it? It's about 10 o'clock. Once again, we've been going around 4 hours now. Probably like 4.5 by the time that we're done. Stop rubbing! No rubbing! Sorry, it's hard to... I got the itch, man. I got the itch to rub. I know I should not rub, but sometimes it's hard not to rub. It's a bad... it's not good for you. I gotta check out those wipes that, rub my eye, you know. I gotta check out those wipes. I've been rubbing my eye too much recently, and it hurts, Loggy Trail. That's the context of that. And I'm getting LASIK in like a week, so they started hurting and started getting like rubby after I got my eyes dilated, and they felt funny for a bit. And now that's done. You know, it's been a week since then, but I think I probably rubbed it too much while it was dilated, and now it's all screwy. Also, my eyes have been just feeling tired in general recently. I mean, the answer to that is I need to get more sleep. I know this. Everyone knows this. But, you know, sleep takes time. What the fuck? Anyway. Yeah, eye stuff. Looking forward to that, you know. Like I said, next week's... Goddamn. Next week's gonna be the last viewer level stream in a bit, since I'll be, like, out of commission for a while, for, like, you know, I'll be out of commission for a bit, don't rub, don't rub, don't rub. I'll be out of commission for a bit recovering, and hopefully the medication is strong enough where, like, it'll be easy to resist the desire to rub. You know. But we'll see what happens, you know. Oh no. The point of this pipe is... I guess if you get to the end and if you don't get everything, you can return. That's it. That's the point of it. What do you want? Okay. I'll say something I've been thinking about, which is that if I got a PlayStation 2, like a magic PlayStation 2, that is to say a PlayStation 2 that could play any game as if by magic, presumably on the up and up, I do think it'd be cool to do, like, streams where the idea was like, okay, similar to the Game Pass stream, it's just gonna be a stream where I try out a game I've never played, but maybe just, like, one stream? Or maybe just, like, one game per stream, and then, you know, the stream could be called some variant of, like, will I like it? Will I like Sly Cooper? You know, something like that. Will I like, I'm confused by, like, what's going on here. But whatever. Will I like Sly Cooper? Will I like God of War 2? You know, definitely I think, like, that could be some fun stream features, you know, going forward. And hell, maybe then... I've been thinking, like, with the Game Pass streams, it is fun trying a bunch of games that I've never played before, but it also is a little bit of a bummer that, like, most of those games just never get completed by me, right? Like, I start them up, but, you know, even if I think, like, oh, this is probably really good, it's very rare that I find time to, like, go back to it and be like, okay, you know, let me finish her off. Like, I have a few games that come to mind for that I kind of low-key regret, like Resident Evil 2, but, like, there's a lot more games out there that I have tried on stream and just said, well, yeah, it's good. But also, I just started Sea of Stars on this very same stream, so that's the priority for right now. That's a hard place to survive in. I don't know about that. I feel like there's a lot of stuff I'm not finding. I assume that these red coins are mandatory. And we've gotten, like, a good number of them, but only, like, in a few places. You chucked a shell in there in addition to the other stuff? The red coins are not mandatory. Okay, interesting. Let's try to mainline it. Let's try to just get through. Let's try to just go. And hope that it's, like, obvious where I'm supposed to go at all times. Big hope. Big hope. get that boo out the way. Go through. From here, it's more obvious. Well, yes and no. We were. And, yeah, we now know we can just truck. So let's truck. Oh. We gotta hit the on-off. Learning what things I can and can't do. Why does the Goomba do a... You shouldn't have done that thing. I wanna rub so bad! I wanna rub so bad! I'm not gonna rub! Fuck! Wait, you know what? There's like a safe spot there at the very edge between a rock and a hard place where maybe we can survive even if we're small Mario. Will we be able to get out though? I don't know. But we could survive. I really want to rub my eyes. Okay. If I stand here... Oh fuck, the shield bounced me back, and I didn't realize that the guy hitting the shield would hit me, propel me back into the thing. Ran out of lives, but should we have had more tries than this? Remember, we should have had... If this has a clear rate under 1%, no, it's 3%. 5 lives is correct in this case. Dang it. Via the rules of the lightning round, we weren't able to get through, but I think those are really good tries. I want to rub my eye really badly. I should get like a blindfold. I was thinking, like, if I just... Hang on. Where'd that fucking beanbag blindfold go? There we go. Under the shirts. If I put this over my eyes, let me see. Does this alleviate the desire to rub? Not really. Alright, let's play the next level. Where's my controller? I can't find my controller. I can't play while blind. I can't enter codes while blind. That's just not an option. Oh, I forgot to bring up the next one, which is by Jordal, who is here. Try not to rub. What is this? No Nostalgia Critic November? No, it's not. That's not until November. You're allowed to watch as much Nostalgia Critic as you want until in November. Not that I watch Nostalgia Critic, you know. Haven't watched Nostalgia Critic in years, please believe me. You know. It's fine if you watch Nostalgia Critic. That's fine, you know, to each their own. As I say, to each their own, as we all say. That's right. I don't want to yuck any yums here. No. Do people still say that, or is that just... I say people as if people other than McElroy brothers said that. I think people other than McElroy brothers said that. I don't know that they coined that. I know what it means, Jordal. I know what NNN means. I gotcha. But it also is the month of No Nostalgia Critic. It is also the month of that, and it is also I'm aware of the entendres in play with the rubbing. Yes, I have been aware of it for multiple hours. Let me be clear. I am fully aware of the things I am saying. I am on top of it, man. When this VOD is called something like, I really want to rub, or some shit like that, I'll figure out, like, what the most clean construction of that I said was before I put it on the fucking VOD title. It could also be called, oh, turn on comments. You got it. Good call, good call. Display comments. American flag, Goomba. Wow, there's a lot of art here. Chicken jockey. A dog. This is really well done. These are really well drawn. Probably a robot. How do you do that? Do you get like a robot to like control your controller for you? To input exactly the right bullshit? That's cool. That's fun. Yeah? Task, gotcha. 10 little, bubbles. Very nice. He made a video on this, and now I have as well. In a sense.
Oh, yeah.
Not really.
Mario time.
It's part of a larger stream. Nice, good. I liked it. Do you think you can draw a big-eyed rabbit? Draw the eye from Super Mario 64. Is this how it works? I don't know if this is how it works, but I'm just gonna throw that in there. If the suggestion is you do suggestions. There you go. Fun. Cool. Good. Guess that was the last one. It could be called something about rubbing, and it probably is. I could also call it something like, you know, real pain versus gamer pain, but probably gonna be something about rubbing. Probably something that's a little bit suggestive, but not very suggestive, because, you know, I'm just rubbing my eyes a little too much. That's the reality of it. You know, that's not a big deal. That'll be on the VOD. Let me hit complete, and that marks the last level of tonight. Look at that, we've been going around 4 hours, 20 minutes. I swear to you, like, if you look through VODs over the last, viewer level VODs over the last year or so, 420 is an oddly frequent length of stream. I don't know how that came to happen so reliably, but, sure enough, it's once again. Quick addendum. So I just realized right after I stopped streaming that we never went back to check the YouTube thing, where I set the YouTube thing to not show previews. We forgot to follow up on that. So this is just a very quick addendum where I'm gonna look at it and see if over the last 4.5 hours, if that setting has gotten unset. And, well, I'm sorry to... Let's pull up my phone and look. Oh, what a surprise. It's, let's refresh YouTube here. And... Yeah, the preview setting has been, unset within 4 hours. 4.5 hours later, it's just back to being on. If anyone knows a way to set this and make a stick for longer than 5 hours, longer than a day even, please let me know. I am curious. I'm gonna edit this into the VOD in between the last level and, you know, all the, closing, schedule type things. I just wanted to do it on the Twitch side for, reasons. Not great, YouTube. Not great at all. It says your changes were saved, but it doesn't mean it. Wonder if either of those other options just get reset all the time. It's a bit shit, isn't it? A bit shit. There, now it's sticking. If I hit refresh, it's still sticking, but you know, give it 3-4 hours and yeah, no. Whatever. Alright, shutting it back down now. Thanks if anyone tuned back in. Don't worry, this is just a quick thing. Y'all take it easy. Back to me from the past, signing off. Okay. I am suddenly big because it is time to end. It is time to finish this stream. Let me pull up the schedule that has everything on it that's coming up. This next week is going to be a bit of a weird week, as you can see from the schedule over there. Next couple weeks are going to be odd, actually. Next week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Thursday, Game Pass stream featuring new Doom. Doom the Dark Ages, Patrick Star game, probably other stuff as well. I have a lot of Game Pass games downloaded to my Xbox. We'll try a bunch of them semi-randomly. Though if anyone has anything they want to see on Game Pass that I haven't played yet, that I have installed, like, absolutely, by all means, you can ask me to play it and I'll probably, play it. That'll probably be one I can try. Then, next Friday will be viewer levels, but specifically all lightning round. Considering that I'm doing 3 streams in a row, I want the viewer level stream to be a little shorter. And, we're going to start in the lightning round to speed things up. And probably look to do about 2-3 hours tops. And I'll probably come in with less to talk about also, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen next week. I don't know. Maybe I'll finish Korra and be like, oh, I want to talk about all of Korra with y'all. Even that, probably won't take too long, will it? Like, that's 1 card's worth, let's be real. Then, on Saturday will be the big birthday stream. Mario Galaxy 1 and 2, switching games every 5 lives. That'll be fun. Also, I'll say, there will be a sub-goal thing open for that, which, I'll say I think I'm gonna start this up, the sub goal, like, before the Thursday stream, so that any subs sub during that week will count towards these goals, which add additional games to the random rare playthrough gimmick, where I've been playing through rare games, and currently Conker's Bad Fur Day and a mystery game are all that's left, but the following games could be added: Donkey Kong Country, Game Boy Color, Conker Live and Reloaded, Donkey Kong Land 1, 2, and 3, Donkey Kong 64, Diddy Kong Racing, GoldenEye, and Donkey Kong Country 2 and 3 hardest modes, specifically. Also, for that last one, I'll try to do it on Source Hardware. I got a Retro Tink, I got a SNES in the closet. Why not? Yes, I should see if I can get it working. I don't know if the copies of DKC 2 and 3 I have still work, but for 35 subs, I will absolutely go figure it out, and, if they're broken, I'll get new copies, I guess. I don't know. I hope they're not broken. I hope that if they have battery packs, they're still working. I don't know how that works. Is it a problem if you don't plug in a game in 20 years? Like a SNES game? Is that a problem? Is that fixable by plugging it in, like, for a minute? For, like, a stream's length? I don't know. But we'll see what happens in the future. Maybe worst case, it can't save, which would be bad, but not so bad if we do it all in one stream, each of those 2 games. And also, Sonic 06 in full is like a stretch goal I don't expect to hit that. Honestly, I don't expect to hit half of these, quite honestly, but we'll see what happens. These are all the ones that I'm offering, and I'm going up to 35, seeing as I'm 35 this year. Seems like a fitting thing to go up to. That's next week. That's all coming up hot and heavy pretty soon here. I'll also say the week after will be Mario Builder 64. I got 100 levels of that all downloaded and ready to go. If anyone has any requests, let me know in the Discord, wherever, comments. Preferably in the Discord, actually, let me say. If anyone has any requests from that, let me know and I'll get those downloaded as well. No streams from May 22nd to 27th due to LASIK, but I'll be back the following Friday with a thing, and then before too long, the Switch 2 will be out, so that'll be a whole thing. The Xbox Showcase will happen, and I'll play Mario Kart during that, because what if it's boring? I'll pay more attention to Mario Kart if it's boring, and I'll make the Mario Kart go away if it's exciting. You know, we'll play it by ear. Oh my god. A lot of streams coming up in the next 2 months. My eye is really irritable right now. I think I've said enough, like, all that. So let me just go ahead and send the Twitch people out on a raid. And, let me send the Twitch people out on a raid. Let me see who is streaming right now. I guess it's PAX right now, so a bunch of, like, media people are at PAX, not doing their home stream situations. And also with, like, Giant Bomb's dissolution, things are still unclear what's going on there. You know, and who's fired, who's not, who's, like, ready to go on their next venture. So a lot of those guys are, you know, sort of laying a little bit low. I'll send you to Lord Bowser. That's fine. Lord Bowser's playing Mario Kart. Let him know, you know, I said hello, and also that, you know, I appreciate him playing the Super World on stream. I think he probably was the first, other than me, to play it in full on a stream. Maybe. I mean, if someone else did it before him, let me know, because I really don't know. I'm curious if there's anyone else who's done it. Please, let me know. I'll be back on Thursday. It's going to be a long hiatus, and I'm hoping to make good use of all that time before the next stream to relax and get all recharged for a big sprint of 3 days in a row of streaming. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 8 p.m., 6 p.m., and thinking 4 p.m.? Thinking 4 p.m. We'll see. Well, maybe I'll move it back to 2 if I'm, you know, not feeling like sleeping in too much. I'll see you next Thursday, 8 p.m., next Friday, 6 p.m., next Saturday, 4 p.m., and many other streams in the future, as you can see, coming up in the near. Y'all take it easy. Y'all, you know, give your love to the VOD, to the shorts that go up, before too long, every day, whatever, in either case. I'll see you on Thursday, Friday, or for my birthday, next Saturday. Y'all, have a good one. Bye, folks.